Whoa. Hang on. Need to fix this again because it's program's weird. But hey, thank you for the 8 months, bib. There it is. So we're gonna be starting the second game today. We also have the option to turn on some special outfits. Hey Lucy, how you doing? So as you can see, Iris is the one who made these, because of course. Susato gets a really cute one though, that's for sure. And then Sholmes just gets whatever this is. He's making an attempt. He sure is making an attempt. I mean, I'll have him on. Screw it. Why not? Alright. So, let's get the second game started up. Let's go. Starting out a cutscene, eh?
Standing here in the bright sunshine, looking out over the vast ocean. Those days in London seem like a dream. But I do miss my time in England's vast capital.
Hmm.
You know, he's flourished into a truly wonderful lawyer. I've no doubt that at this very moment, he's fighting some noble cause in court.
He sure is.
Forgive me for taking so long to come to visit you. My life has been such a whirlwind since I returned. And no one could have predicted what has happened. Just 2 months after arriving home.
Find myself faced with another awful crime. Oh. Hello, Jezile Brett.
So I came here today to ask something of you. Tomorrow, I shall be standing in court. For the only time in my life. As a lawyer. So please,
Wild.
I ask for your guidance. Kazuma-sama.
Well, Jezile Brett from the first case is dead. The killer is dead. Oh no! The Adventure of the Blossoming Attorney. Susato's gonna do the lawyering, huh? In a time when women aren't allowed in the courtroom. Oh boy. Oh boy. Here I am again after 9 months. The Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. I feel so nervous. I must steel my nerves and find a way to compose myself. There's Dad. Ah, good, you're here. Doesn't do for a lawyer to be late. Oh yes, good morning, sir. I hardly recognize you. You got a fine figure, Counsel. But you look as white as a sheet. And those white eyes aren't doing you any favors either. Oh dear. Truth is, I'm so incredibly nervous I feel utterly nauseated. I almost wish that I had never been born. Goodness. Not the sort of thing a father hopes to hear from his daughter, I must say. I'm alright. How you doing, Darth? Eugene Mikotoba, professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University. A man who earlier in his life traveled to Great Britain to study the latest advances in forensic medical science. Cool, cool. We're starting out the second game today. And of course, my brilliant father. Excuse me. Hi. Would I be correct in thinking that you're to be my lawyer in court today? Oh, yes, that's right, miss. Well, I want to thank you for agreeing to represent me. I swear on my life. It's a complete fabrication, this whole thing. Ray Membami. I wonder what that pun is. Because we always have puns on every single name, pretty much. Other than, like, Herlock Sholmes, which is literally just a way to get around the copyright with frickin' Sherlock Holmes or whatever. You know. Though unusual for a woman in our time, she works at a university research laboratory helping my father. And sadly, she's the defendant in today's trial. Accused of committing a truly awful murder. Are you feeling alright? Since we started talking, you seem, well, to have become a little flushed. Oh, my, it's just that you look so gallant and dashing. Sorry? And when I fall under your intense gaze, it makes me feel rather bashful. Goodness, I don't think she knows. She hasn't realized who I am. It would seem our little plan for this trial is going to work. What do you mean, Professor Mikotoba? If even your best friend can see through the disguise, I think we can relax. Disguise? Yes, I've never tried dressing this way before, of course, so I wasn't exactly sure how convincing it would be. Does make me feel a little relieved, as you say, Father. Father? What? Is that you, Susato? I'm so sorry you didn't say something sooner, Ray. It's just that— No! What are you doing? What's going on? What? That varsity uniform, that varsity cap, that varsity cape, that varsity badge. Look at you. You look like, for all the world, just like a student in the Imperial Yume University. A male student. I'm so glad you think so. It means all my preparations have been worthwhile. I woke at 4 this morning to make a start. But I don't understand. Why are you dressed like that? Well, you see, it was the only way. The only way she would be permitted in the Supreme Court to take on your defense in this trial. My defense? Never before in my life have I felt so frustrated at having been born into this body. Courts in Japan are barred to women. We're not even allowed to set foot inside the courtroom. Despite the fact that the laws of the land apply to all people, male and female alike. But women are forbidden. Just for today, I'll be leaving my true self at the courtroom door, so that I can act as your lawyer. Oh, Susato, you'd go to such lengths for me? Of course, you're my greatest friend. I just worried that I shan't be the lawyer you deserve. Oh no, I have complete faith in you. Ray. It's so strange, though. I mean, you're such an accomplished judicial assistant already. And yet, just because you're a woman. What a wretched reason. I mean, why shouldn't you be allowed in court? You're so gallant and dashing. Ray. Please don't look at me like that with those flushed cheeks and doting eyes. She's having a big gay moment for Susato. Oh, I'm sorry, it's just you do look so dashing. Yes, you mentioned that once or twice. You should be pleased. It means you look convincing as a man. I am pleased. I think. It certainly helped to bolster my confidence today. Ray, you're managing to put on a brave face and all this, but I can see through it. Notice how your shoulders are slumped and how you're trembling ever so slightly. Susato, you do believe me, don't you? I didn't do it. I couldn't have. I mean, murder. Of course. You have nothing to worry about. Your conscience is perfectly clean. Isn't that right? Yes. Yes, it is. Perfectly clean. I have absolutely no doubt in my mind about your innocence. Which is why I'll stand by you until the bitter end in this trial. Whatever happens, I'll always be on your side. Because that's what it means to be a defense lawyer. That means so much to me, Susato. Defendant, counsel. Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. You should go in at once, Ray. If you're late, the judge won't hesitate to pronounce you guilty. Oh. Stand aside! I don't think I've ever seen her run so fast. Well, Susato, you certainly surprised your father. Went to such lengths to be admitted into the courtroom, and with no prior experience of being a lawyer. There's simply no other way. That's all there is to it. Father. You haven't told her, have you? I mean, I'm right in assuming that Ray doesn't know how it came to this? Yes, quite right. I've kept that information from her. I would only worry her if she found out that another lawyer would agree to take her case. I don't want to burden her with that. And is it true? The reason why every lawyer is refusing to take the case? Is it really because of who the victim was? We should be making a move now, too. As you know, law isn't my field. I'll do what I can to support my student. Thank you, Father. Let's go! I'm Susato Mikotoba, a judicial assistant. 8 months ago, I accompanied a student of law on a study trip to Great Britain. But 2 months ago, due to unforeseen circumstances, I found myself back in Japan. How many times have I wished that he were here, I wonder. Still, I have no choice now but to steel myself for the trial ahead. Wish me luck, Naruhodo-san. Well, it begins the first trial. This court is now in session to hear the trial of Ray Membami. The prosecution is fully ready to proceed, Your Excellency. Why did I do that? Oh, wait, hang on. She's in her costume. Hang on. I'm gonna switch that up. That way you can see her proper, her proper outfit in this scene, because, She's not supposed to look like that in this case. So I'll turn it off. I'll turn that off for now. There we go. That's what you should be seeing. That's a disguise. Events Council, are you ready? Yes, Your Excellency, we are ready. Ready! Ah, yes, Council. According to your registration details, your name is, Ryotaro Naruhodo. Is that correct? Sorry? Oh yes, I had to come up with a suitable male name for you for this little venture. So I'm afraid I simply put down the first name that sprung to mind. Well, Council? Yes, that's right, that's me. Yes, I am Ryotaro, he who has vowed to uphold the pride of the great Naruhodo clan. Ah. Seems Ryotaro may need to consider how better to uphold his manly acts first and not overdo it. And those wild wide eyes aren't doing any favors either. Just relax and listen. Naruhodo? A fresh face in this courtroom, if I'm not mistaken. But the name, Naruhodo, would that perchance be... You may be thinking of Ryunosuke and Naruhodo, currently in Britain as part of a study program. This is, his cousin. That's right. Ryuichiro here has been studying the provinces, but was called to the capital for this trial. I assure you, in matters of law, his knowledge rivals that of any Tokyo's preeminent lawyers. Any of them. Tut, tut, tut. What a pitiful situation. Having been rejected by every lawyer in the capital, she, the accused, has had to call in a country boy. How dare you! Suzuto is every bit as gallant and dashing as any of your Tokyo attorneys. I want to have you making fun of her. Her? Oh, please be careful, Ray. What an unrefined tomboy we have here. But I wonder, is your gallant and dashing lawyer up to the challenge of defending you? His wide, skittish eyes very much suggest that he is not. Ugh, I'm so nervous. Now that I'm standing in his shoes, I'm starting to understand what Naruhodo-san goes through. Like it or not, eyes are wont to flit. Okay. The case to be heard on this day is a matter of great significance to our national interests. In fact, it would be reasonable to assume that the outcome of this trial may well affect the very future of our empire. Just like the trial 9 months ago. And yet for proceedings of such importance, we have this unknown yokel by the dock. Dear me. Perhaps this would be an appropriate moment for me to assess the defense, to determine whether you are sufficiently competent to practice in this courtroom. 9 months ago, when a certain other Naruhodo stood where you're standing now, this same judge tested him as well. And even though he was just a student at the time, not even of law, he passed the test with flying colors. For a trained and experienced judicial assistant like you, this will be easy. So, Counsel, do you consent to answering some simple questions? And now the cloak is off. Alright, it's time to prove myself. Yes, Your Excellency, but please do make them simple. Very well. To start with, you will state the name of the victim. Phew, that is simple. Couldn't forget that if I tried. She forgot. Ah. What's the matter? I'm saying an issue. I'm starting to understand something else Naruto-san goes through. Like it or not, minds are wont to blank. Okay. It's not surprising, really. It's your first time in this position, and in that guise. Even a bright spark like you is bound to flicker and falter a little under the circumstances. Oh dear, this is a dismal failure. Don't fret. You need only use the knowledge you've gained as a judicial assistant to overcome the problem. Of course, the court record. Yes, the answer will be amongst all the key information about the case in the court record. That's right. Yeah, do the people thing. What is the name of the victim in this case? Jezile Brett.
Yes!
It was the killer from the first case in the first game. The name of the victim who lost her life in this case is Miss Jezile Brett. Jezile Brett. A name that will never be forgotten in the courtrooms of our country, I'm sure. Correct. And being a member of our Empire's judiciary, you'll be well aware of the significance of that name. So, let me pose another simple question. As you know, Miss Brett was visiting a student from the Empire of Great Britain. Why then, in her name indelibly associated with our own Empire's judicial history? Obviously, you will never forgotten that case from 9 months ago. But if it's proving hard to recall the finer points, everything you need is included in the court record. Obviously, I still remember. That was the start of everything. Jezile Brett, behind the woman's student persona, was the face of a killer. Queen Victoria.
Yes!
You're not. Again. Well, no, not again. You're not fooling anyone with that freaking yes. 9 months ago, a visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yume University was killed. And the culprit was Jezile Brett. Yes, she was a killer. At the time, our country had just signed a new treaty with the Empire of Great Britain, and was in the midst of this delicate diplomatic situation that the incident occurred. An Englishman, Dr. John H. Wilson, was shot dead. I believe he was an associate of yours, Professor Mikotoba? Yes, I was indebted to the man. He'd been my mentor when I went to London to study forensic medicine. Indeed, it was I who invited him here to Japan as a visiting professor at the university. Naturally, the murder of an Englishman on our soil was a matter the government wished to resolve rapidly. Indeed it was, which is why a secret trial was conducted here at the Supreme Court. A student at the Imperial Yume University was arrested on suspicion of murder. A second-year English student by the name of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. With the help of his best friend, a student lawyer, the accused conducted his own defense. Exposed a despicable crime committed by Miss Jezile Brett. Miss Brett eventually admitted to her crime. However, when questioned about the motive that drove her to take Dr. Wilson's life, she gave no satisfactory answer before the trial reached its conclusion. Immediately after the trial, the British government brought its consular jurisdiction into play. We were unable to sentence Miss Brett according to our Empire's laws. It was decided that she would be removed to Shanghai, China, instead. Why Shanghai? There's a British consular court there. Correct. I oversaw the negotiations personally. The date of her transfer to Shanghai was finally settled upon only last week. All that remained of our empire's obligations was to see the woman safely on board a steamship. And yet, the very day before her departure, the Englishwoman was killed. Only the day before? That will do. I'm satisfied that the counsel for the defense is sufficiently capable of representing the defendant. Oh. Thank you, Your Excellency. Over the first hurdle. Now a summary of the incident, if you please. Prosecutor Ouchie. As is your wish, Your Excellency. The repugnant crime took place on the 11th August in broad daylight. On the outskirts of the imperial capital, under a bright blue sky at a secluded bathing spot by the sea. The incident occurred inside a small beach hut, erected for bathers to rest or change their clothes. The cause of death was a single stab wound to the posterior abdomen that pierced the victim's lung. An injury which proved fatal. There were two persons still alone together in the beach hut at the time of the victim's death. Miss Brett, in her bathing attire, and the accused, Ray Mambami. Accordingly, there can be no doubt of the accused's guilt, especially when we consider she has a powerful motive. The police arrived rapidly at the scene and promptly arrested the young lady. Thanks, Ouchie. Well, that extraordinary description of events leaves me somewhat lost for words, I must say. That's certainly true. The prosecution summary is full of words that raise an awful lot of questions. So the lawyer really ought to pick up the prosecution accounts on what he said about... I'm gonna say a powerful motive. What's that motive? You're clearly exaggerating. Powerful motive is a blatant overstatement. Tut, tut, tut. Is the yokel boy using long words he doesn't fully understand? I beg your pardon? No matter. Let's put this into the queue, shall we? Mimbami-san, you are a research assistant at Imperial Human University, I believe. Yes, I am. I'm working with Professor Mikotoba in his laboratory at the moment. I can confirm that. The defendant is an excellent assistant with a strong sense of responsibility. Fascinating to hear. Now, another question. Prior to your work with Professor Mikotoba, whose research were you assisting then? I was studying under Dr. John H. Wilson. Dr. Wilson? The visiting English professor was murdered by Miss Brett 9 months ago? I don't think that's necessarily a motive there. That seems very unlikely, dude. The accused had a deep-seated respect for her former mentor, Dr. Wilson. Is that not true? Yes, Dr. Wilson was a wonderful man. Interesting. And tell the court what deep-seated feelings you had towards the Englishwoman who killed him. Obviously, I was filled with hatred for what she'd done. A powerful hatred. Oh no, Ray, be careful what you're saying. The motive was revenge. Plain and simple, Your Excellency. Well, it was clearly a trap all along. How wicked of him to use Ray's undying respect for her former mentor against her like that. Let's find out more details. Something can use to bolster our defense. So, lawyer, I really ought to pick the prosecution counsel on what he said about... Mimami-san. Yes, what is it? I mean, Naruhojo-san. Really started to wish we'd made my alias Ryoto Susato. Please tell the court why exactly you were present at the basis plot with the victim in the first place. And why you were alone with her. Oh, well, no, that's not true. It wasn't like that at all. There were other people present. A detective who was guarding Miss Brett for starters. I was just asked to accompany Miss Brett as a companion, that's all. But let us be clear. At the moment of her death, you were alone together with the victim in the hut. You and no one else. The truth is, there is only one reason why this young woman accompanied Miss Brett on her bathing sojourn. It was the accused's last chance to take the victim's life. No! Because, as we know, the following day would see Miss Brett extradited to the British authorities in Shanghai. And the accused would never have an opportunity to dispatch her again. No? Just because she had, like, hatred for her doesn't mean she would freaking kill her. Kindly refrain from conjecture, counsel. The prosecution counsel seems to enjoy using provocative tricks like that. But for now, at least, we need to assemble more facts. Try not to let them goad you. Oh dear, it's really terrifying, but Father's right. We need more information. So Larry, I really ought to pick up the prosecution counsel when it's about the bathing spot. If I may, Prosecutor Ouchie. What do you want? You fresh-faced young yokel student? I wonder, could you explain, please? You mentioned a bathing spot. Ha! My apologies. Clearly my modernity has confused the poor country bumpkin's simple mind. Bathing spots are the very latest trend in health practices from the West. We are told that bathing in the water of the ocean is curative, therapeutic, and excellent for the skins. No, that's not what I meant. I was referring to the fact that Miss Brett had, to all intents and purposes, been found guilty of murder. Why would a known criminal have been relaxing by the sea? For old time's sake, I believe. Sorry? Miss Brett was to depart for Shanghai the following day. Her final wish, as it were, was to enjoy a day at our country's wonderful coast. And the British Embassy put extreme pressure on our government to comply. But what on grounds would we agree to such a request? Because, as usual, our government is unable to stand up to foreign powers. In matters of diplomacy, it seems we don't even have the courage to decline the whims of a known criminal. Don't look at me, Professor. It was the government who granted permission, not I. In any case, it was decided that with a dedicated detective on duty, nothing could go wrong. But in fact, a murder took place. I said, don't look at me! It was that young student girl who did it, not I. No one has proved that yet. I want to provoke the men if you don't need to. Alright. I believe we have a clear picture of the incident now. Despite her guilt being determined 9 months ago, Miss Brett managed to avoid incarceration, instead continuing her research work at the university. Obviously, over that period, she and Ray would have encountered each other on a number of occasions. Seeing the murder of the mentor for whom she had such great respect, enjoying such undeserved liberty. Yes, even if it was only temporary until Miss Brett's extradition to Shanghai. You only blame Ray for her feelings of anger and resentment. Or Ray. So, Your Excellency, if you'd be so kind as to peruse this exhibit. A photograph of print that shows the scene of the crime immediately following the grim incident. Yes, thank you, Counsel. A tragic image. As you can clearly see, there's nowhere within the hut that any mouse could have hidden. The court will accept this photographic print as evidence. As I understand it then, the victim and the defendant were alone in the beach hut at the time. This is deeply troubling, I must say. The finger revealed points firmly at the defendant. Well, Your Excellency, naturally the prosecution has much more to its case. We intend to prove the accused appalling actions beyond all possible contention. To that end, I can confirm that we have multiple witnesses to the crime and damning evidence. Oh boy! Witnesses? But who? One of whom, I might add, is a highly respected police detective. I assure you, the testimony of these witnesses will leave no room for doubt. Very well then, Counsel. Bring forth your witnesses. I, Takatsuchi Ouchi, have been waiting for this moment. Sorry? Oh yes, I haven't forgotten. That trial 9 months ago, here in this very courthouse. When that irreverent little student boy utterly humiliated me. Well, clearly... clearly the Ouchie and Payne family, has a bit of a history with the rights, or the Naruhodos. Rinosuke Naruhodo! What? Yes? This insult to the Ouchie family name will never be forgotten. You become conceited with age, Counsel, but the old have to stand aside and make way for the new. It's the way of the world. May you never forget that. Strike the head of the samurai whose top knot has been cut, and the bell of cultural enlightenment tolls. Yes, on that fateful day, my forever self died. Sort of your own mini Meiji revolution. Are you modernizing as well, Counsel? Silence! Since I swore revenge back then, there's been a minor miracle atop my head. Observe the Ouchie growth. You see the seed of hope sprouting forth from this barren expanse of my crown? I think that tiny girl is trying to tell me something. I'm afraid I can't really see. Where is the hope exactly? I said silence! Today, I face another Yokosuda in the Naruhodo clan. Well, I will vanquish you! And my victory will be fertilizer for the seed of hope on top of my head. You have been warned. With that, the prosecution calls the witnesses to the stand. Okay, ouchie. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Oh, ouchie. Looks like the stakes are high on the both sides in this trial. The prosecution and the defense each has much to lose. Your cut is hardly compared to Ray's life. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. It's him. It's the detective. And we got Natsume back. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Imperial Police Bureau. I'm in disguise, obviously, so I can't go undetected. And I am, well, the next big thing in books. An author renowned throughout the capital, in fact, yes. Soon to be sold out, the satirical I Am a Cat, in sensational success by Sosuke Natsume. Who? Is that a freaking press? Is that press? Oh my goodness. Struggling student from the Bronzes, please. You need to be in awe of me. I needn't. It's only natural that you feel nervous in my presence. But all of you, please relax. Call me Sosuke, even. Yes. What are the Sosuke-san doing here? Tread carefully, Susuta. That author fellow knows you from your time in London, doesn't he? If he exposes you for who you really are, this will be over before it's begun. Yes, of course I know. Presuming Sosuke-san won't have forgotten about me, I would certainly never forget him. Well, he does seem to have changed somewhat in the 6 months or so that it's been since I last saw him. Well, yeah. Seems like he's gotten a lot more confident, that's for sure. As for Inspector Hosonaga, that amazing outfit is hard to believe. You have something on my face. Wait. I thought the turtle blinked for a second. Well, your glasses for one, although they don't seem to be helping you see. Thank goodness he hasn't recognized me either. Ah, I suppose it's this disguise, is it? I thought that appearing in clothes I was wearing at the time would make for more faithful testimony. It is my guiding principle to carry out all testimonies flawlessly. Well, I can appreciate why an Imperial Police Bureau detective might have been present. But what business did a writer such as yourself have being at the scene, Sosuke-san? Well, you see, I had been asked that day to give a lecture. On the morning of the incident, in the Imperial Yume University's Grand Lecture Hall, no less. At Yume University? After lecture, I had a very pleasant conversation with a researcher from the medical science department. Professor over there, in fact. With Professor Mikotoba? Yes, that's right. It was arranged by one of the newspapers. They wanted some story or other about 2 former students who studied in Great Britain. Of course, being a renowned author, the press never leave me alone. They secretly spy, snapshots, scribble stories, and scupper my privacy. Yeah, it's press. It's paparazzi. As you can see, the conversation was written up in this newspaper here. Read it at your leisure, my provincial struggling student friend. I have plenty of copies. Thank you very much. He practically threw that paper at me. Looks like he got Looks like he got another cat, too. And he's dabbing on them. Dabbing on the fools. Anyway, following my interview with the professor, the lady in question appeared and made a very unexpected announcement. I should like to go with everyone to see your country's coast. Those were her words. As I explained before, Miss Brett was never taken into custody. She continued to work in my laboratory under strict surveillance, of course. At which utterance, the university immediately contacted the government to seek guidance. And the response was, permit Miss Brett to go as long as the detective accompanies her. Not detective, I am at liberty to divulge was me, Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. Thereby the entire party departed covertly for the seaside, it seems. Extremely challenging to clear all other members of the public from the vicinity of the beach. But fortunately, I am at peak physical fitness at the moment, so... well... you still have the bleeding problem, it seems. I was able to carry out my duty flawlessly. My Inspector, you... well, you do have something in your face now. How unsightly, I do apologize. Does it mean you went to the beach too, Father? No. Fortunately, I had work to finish off. But unfortunately, of course, it meant that, as my assistant, Ray was invited to take my place. Of course, being a renowned author, I didn't like to decline that invitation. But if only I had, I'd never have seen that awful sight. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret. Very well, I must now ask you to present your formal testimony to the court. You will give an account of all that you've witnessed on your impromptu excursion to the coast. Of course, Your Excellency. Relentlessly racked by remorse and regret I am. On the day of the incident, I was ordered on a special surveillance assignment in this disguise. I just managed to catch that crab when I suddenly heard a caterwaul from behind me. I ran into the beach hut at once, where I found the pair in question. Yes. That young girl was astride the English woman, dagger in hand, as she stabbed wildly. I saw blood on the blade, proved to me that she'd stabbed the victim multiple times. Wait. No. It was a single stab wound, not multiple. Single deep stab wound from behind, piercing a lung and resulting in fatal hemorrhage. Death would have occurred within minutes. So no, I already know what's wrong. Indeed, it does appear from the testimony that both witnesses here present saw it. The very moments of this heinous crime. What? Now, if you will recall, the promised evidence as well. What phrase did I use again? Ah, yes, that was it. Damning evidence. What have you there, Counsel? So-called fountain pen, is it? Correct, Your Excellency. I found out the scene whilst examining the body. appears that in her dying moments with her final ounce of strength, the victim clutched a piece of evidence that would positively identify her killer. What? Your Excellency, if you would cast eyes over the photographic print of the crime scene once more. Ah, goodness me. Yes, the victim is clearly clasping something quite deliberately in her hand. That's right, the fountain pen. And if you would kindly examine the pen, Your Excellency. Ah! The owner's initials have been engraved in the ebonite barrel. R.M. Ray Mumbami. Initials of the defendant. Yeah, that's great. This fountain pen will be admitted immediately as critical evidence. Let me look at that. Wait, I can't even examine it? That's weird. So, have I admitted anything? Decisive testimony and a damning evidence. There's a bright blue sky outside the courthouse today. Perfect weather to describe guilt, I feel. I don't understand. Prosecutor ouched him 9 months ago. And none of this man's poise. Counsel to defense, you may begin your cross-examination now. It's not decisive. Naruhodo-san. Naruhodo? That means... Oh, yes, me. Is there another Naruhodo in my courtroom? Actually, there isn't even a single Naruhodo in your courtroom. Cousin Muroto, pull yourself together, please. Alright, I've seen countless times as a judicial assistant. Find inconsistencies in the witness testimonies to prove that they're lying somehow. That's all there is to it. It's how a real lawyer would handle a cross-examination. Let's see what I can do. Well, obviously, the first thing that was very obvious was they mentioned that she was stabbed multiple times. She was not. Incorrect.
Objection!
Nice. I love that. That accusatory cry that just welled up from deep inside me. I think I finally understand. Every time Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san have stood here at this bench, the stakes have been very, very high indeed. What's the meaning of that menacing pose, Counsel? I'd like the witness to clarify something for me. Who? What? Where? When? How? Not you, Soseki-san. This query is directed at Inspector Hosanaga. Give me one moment. I'm gonna save, because it's looking pretty windy out. Gotta be prepared. At me? In your statement just now, you said that the victim was stabbed multiple times. Yes, that's right. As I said when I entered the hut, the man was already standing over the victim, bloody knife in hand, like a murderous demon. And yet, that cannot be. What? Get to the point, please, Counsel. In the post-mortem report, it clearly states that the victim was stabbed one time only. In other words, Inspector Hosanaga's testimony is clearly flawed. And Soseki-san. Me? You claim to have seen Mamami in the throes of stabbing the victim. Yes, I did. Wildly. But both of you and the inspector confirmed at the same point, that there was already blood on the knife that you saw the defendant holding. Yes, and? It's quite simple. We know the murder weapon was used to stab the victim only once. Therefore, there's no way there could have been blood on the knife if that single stabbing hadn't already occurred. Ah, true. And what exactly is your contention, Counsel? Are you ever going to tell us? Yes, Your Excellency. There's only one logical conclusion. What Soseki saw, in fact, was not the moment that the defendant stabbed the victim at all, but the moment the defendant, in fact, withdrew the blade from the victim's body. That can't be! Oh. Excellent work, Susato. You exploded at them with that objection, and then proceeded to pull them apart systematically. Well, this takes me back. Yes, I seem to remember your cousin staged a scene much like this in that trial 9 months ago. A half-witted child with a half-baked objection attempting to steal the show. You're right. There were certain similarities. Except that so-called half-witted child managed to outwit the prosecution, who has only half a head of hair. Slander! My head is quite adequately dressed. In that case, all this talk of stabbing and withdrawing and multiple wounds makes me not a jot of difference. What? Why not? Engage your brain, young man. When the accused first flung the deadly weapon into the victim, that was the fatal blow. And it was in that moment that she had withdrawn the blade ready for her next strike that the witnesses saw. The knife was already tainted with blood because the accused had already stabbed the victim. Ah. All you have successfully shown with your little display is that the mustache author is prone to moments of extravagance. I am in agreement with the prosecution. The defendant was seen wielding the blade at all. That is sufficient grounds for her actions to be viewed with suspicion. But if she was withdrawing the blade, then we were back where we started. Sorry? Consider this, young yokel boy. If the student girl is innocent as you claim, then why would she have pulled the blade from the victim, and with a demon's cold-blooded composure, too? The prosecution demands an explanation, and it better be good. Why did Ray pull out the knife? Ah, yes, going for the jugular. What does father mean by that? Let the court hear your answer then, counsel. Truth is, I don't really know. I have to come up with a plausible reason here, or we don't have a case. Well, I'd assume she'd probably do that because she found Jezile Brett like that. So he tried to remove it to try to see if she was alive. Which is why the defendant pulled a knife and blade out of the victim's body, surely so she could save her life. According to the post-mortem report, the victim's death was not instant. That's correct. So she would have remained unconscious for a short while after sustaining the injury. Indeed, giving her time to take hold of this piece of evidence that clearly indicates her killer. The point is, being an medical research assistant, Membami-san was compelled to act when faced with a wounded victim. Instinctively, she pulled the blade out in an attempt to save Miss Brett's life. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? It would seem this is the best we can expect of this young yokel. Indeed. Is it just me, or does it suddenly feel much colder in here? Your Excellency, if I may. Speak, witness. I would like another opportunity to testify. In respect to the slipshod assertion just put forward by the Yokel Defense Council, I mean. Slipshod? Shh. An excellent idea, Inspector. Our young yokel hopeful has a modicum of knowledge when it comes to law, it seems. But in matters of medicine, he appears to possess not one iota of common sense. Very well, Inspector, I will permit your request. You will testify again before the courts on the subject of the Defense Counsel's assertion. Yes, sir. I will do so flawlessly. Well, clearly it wasn't flawless last time, but, oh, no, man. Will it be flawless? Will it? Only a blade from a wound without thinking could it cause heavy bleeding. That's basic knowledge that any medical research assistant with an ounce of sense ought to know. In other words, there's no good reason why the defendant would have tried to pull the knife from the victim. Let's not forget that the young student did have a motive for killing the victim. The man the victim murdered 9 months ago, Dr. Wilson was the defendant's highly respected mentor. Is this what you said true, Inspector? Could pulling a knife from a wound really cause the wound to bleed heavily? Yes, think of the weapon itself as a stopper in the wound that prevents excessive blood loss. Till the doctor is ready to provide proper treatment, that stopper shouldn't be removed. Oh, I see. Ha! This is why you should stay on the farm. Even a quack from some obscure mountain village would have such basic knowledge. Anyone who's ever given someone else a little poke with a knife and pulled it out again knows it. Oh, well, never stabbed anyone, you see. I pulled a blade out of a wound, so... Of course you haven't. I didn't bring you up to behave like a bandit. Oh, is it true what they're telling me? Yes, it's basic remedial knowledge for medics. Ray would am well aware of it. If she were to claim ignorance of such fundamentals, that would prove fatal in many ways. Then why would Ray have done it? Could she have pulled that out knife in full knowledge that it would be fatal for Miss Brett? I don't know. Ray never mentioned anything about the knife to me. It seems almost impossible to believe, but... Could my friend actually have... No. Suzuto. Yes? Pull yourself together. We mustn't lose sight of why we're here. Ah. Counsel, it's time for your cross-examination. No. Yes, Your Excellency. However... I must warn you that if your cross-examination fails to identify any issue with the established facts, I will be moving to my education immediately afterwards. I understand. Your confidence in fighting for their cause until the bitter end. I knew it would be hard, but I had no idea it would be this hard. Let me take a look over what we have. I mean, where even is the murder weapon? Do we even have it? Hmm.
Hold it!
Let's press a little. So doing without thinking it could be a problem. Does that mean if you used due care and attention it would be alright? I wouldn't have thought this needed spelling out, really, but... Blade is like a stopper in the wound. Remove it, and a serious hemorrhage will occur. In other words, a medic would need to be present before any attempt was made to withdraw the blade. Doing it without thinking would be madness. You just can't do it. Oh, well, thank you for such a thorough explanation. You see, Counsel? When you act without thinking, the result is a bloodbath. Ugh. Back to the witness stand, suite, please.
Hold it!
In that case, there's an obvious explanation here. Which is... Clearly, the defendant, Rainbow Mami-san, does not possess an ounce of sense. What do you think about that, Professor Mikotoba? I'm not sure that you should believe in your best friend as lacking in common sense. Well, I thought it would be better than labeling her as a murderer. I don't know, young people today. If that's friendship, I don't understand it. Careful, Counsel. A lack of common sense can be a very dangerous thing. Oh dear, that recoiled on me rather badly. That's life, I'm afraid. A lesson everyone must learn. We can see now that this is really basic medical knowledge. Being involved in medical research, Membami-san would certainly have been aware of it. Hmm.
Hold it!
And that sudden he encountered somebody she knew lying on the ground, bleeding to death. The sight could have shocked her delicate sensibilities, causing her to remove the blade inadvertently. I really don't think inadvertent action can explain this. The woman is a medical research assistant. Can't imagine who would have behaved so irrationally. Oh, but irrational behavior is a woman's prerogative, isn't it? Oh dear, you have a lot to learn about women. Only a small-minded man could have such bigoted views. Oh dear, perhaps I'm letting my male persona take hold a little too much. Feminist Hosanaga. Well, have I managed to convey the basics now? I should cover the medical side of the argument. Let's not forget that the young student didn't have a motive for killing the victim.
Hold it!
For a moment, it just isn't in Membami-san's nature to do something so awful. But she had a motive and an opportunity. That's very hard to argue against. But you don't know the defendant.
Objection!
And you, Counsel, do not appear to know the law. Yes, evidence is the only way to convince the court of your argument, not feelings. With this fledging the defender, I would almost say the pity the accused. So do I. Inspector, you will reiterate your point about defense motive, please. Ah, yes, Miss Brett was in many ways a sworn enemy of Membami-san.
Hold it!
Oh, yes, that's true. Rosen recognized Mamami's talent and offered her the position of assistant, despite her being a woman. She was extremely grateful to him. Yes, the English woman appears to have been a very broad-minded individual. Rosen had no time for outdated traditions. He met with the opposition, of course, but he believed firmly in Mamami-san's abilities. Clearly, the defendant was in the man's debt, which only serves to prove my point. It's hopeless. I can't find a single crack in this testimony anywhere. Ray knew that withdrawing a knife from the wound would threaten Miss Brett's life further. I just can't think of any way to explain why she did it. Sudoto, it's a time like these when it's especially important to remember the fundamentals. The fundamentals? Evidence is what counts at the courtroom, isn't it? Of course. Been through the court record dozens of times already. I think perhaps you're forgetting something, though. You didn't take the evidence at face value. You must examine it in great detail, too. Ah. I realize this is your first time playing the role of the lawyer in the courtroom. So if you need reminding of the rudiments, you can only ask. I'll do my very best to help. Damn the evidence at court record? I know what to do. So I needed to get to the end of this then. Come to think of it, Kazuma-sama and Nanohito-san were always turning evidence over and over in their hands. Yes, I need yeah. Ah, by the look in your eyes, I see it's coming back to you. Go through the court record again, and have a thorough look at everything. You may just find a clue. Yes, I'll do it straight away. Let's see... We take off the pen's lid. Now let's unscrew the barrel, shall we? It's supposed to be a little reservoir that holds the ink. Yes, you fill it by drawing ink from the bottle up through the nib. Something wrong, Father? Just that there doesn't actually appear to be any ink in there, that's all. Oh yes, you're right, it's pretty much empty. Well, it could be on the verge of running out, I suppose. There's some sort of emblem here, look. It isn't a Unime University one. It's belonging to some other organization, I suppose. Wait. Simply imply that the pen doesn't in fact belong to Ray. Aha! Ooh, cow. Ranchus England returnees tell all. It's the interview with you and Sasotsuki-san, is it, Father? So it was quite an exchange. Yes, he became a little over-animated when he was talking about his time in England. Ogre managed to capture the moment his hand karate chopped me on the neck. I do hope you weren't hurt. Wild. This newspaper from Soseki-san. There seems to be an important article on the back page as well. Elusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. From Yume Medical Research. Father, isn't that your lab? What the? Let me see that. The poison's been stolen. It's this morning's paper that Soseki-san gave us. Are you saying you didn't know? As surprising as it is for the head of the laboratory, I didn't. Not heard any such thing. Where on earth could the reporter have gleaned this information? Come to think of it, there was no article mentioning this story in our paper this morning, was there? It's a highly toxic poison we've been working on in the strictest confidence. I put Ray in charge of the project. Ray, she was managing it? If what's written here is true, it means that she tried to hide the theft from me. And moreover, the details were leaked somehow. I don't believe it. You need to read this article very carefully. Following a lecture at Yume by Sosuke Natsumi on the 11th of August, light that a very disturbing incident took place. Deadly poison being secretly developed in the university's forensic science laboratory was stolen. Even the smallest amount entering the body enter either via the mouth or via a wound from a poison-laced blade would prove fatal in minutes. Her the meds cannot detect a newly developed chemical. University would have to be consulted. Onset symptom occurs in minutes, starting with impaired breathing, ending with acute constriction of the eyeballs prior to death. Such symptoms would be suggestive of this toxin. It's apparently an entirely new synthesis of alkaloids and rumored to have been commissioned by the military. I think she would have a good reason. Because, this.
Objection!
No, there is one possibility. One very good reason why the defendant might have decided to withdraw the knife from the victim's wound. What? Huh! The yokel is not only has a poor grasp of the law, but is also a poor loser. Tell us then, what possibility do you think you've identified? It's here, in this newspaper article. An article about a deadly poison having been stolen from a laboratory at the Imperial Unibay University.
Objection!
The victim perished from a stab wound. Poison has no relevance to this case. But Prosecutor Ouchie will let the defense speak. But a newspaper article? The court cannot rely on the kind of hearsay those wretched publications carry. Counsel to defense. I am going to need some tangible basis for your claim. You will indicate to the court precisely what part of the article mentioned affirms your assertion. Your Excellency! Yes, of course. Thank you. Ray would never have done something to further endanger Miss Brett's life without just cause. The reason why the defendant pulled a knife from the victim's body is explained in the article where it says... Deadly in tiny quantities. The article reveals the following property about the poison in question. When the toxin enters his body on a knife laced with the poison, it's rapidly absorbed and causes death in minutes. Are you suggesting? If the knife used to attack Miss Brett was laced with this very poison, it would explain why the defendant, Mamami-san, would have withdrawn the blade as soon as possible. Yes, the truth is, it was an attempt to stop the poison from entering the victim's body.
Objection!
This is a complete and utter nonsense! Not at all. The defendant withdrew the knife blade from the victim's body not to accelerate the woman's demise, but to save her life, and the prosecution cannot deny the possibility. If you've not read the post-mortem report, the cause of death was hemorrhage. The word poison appears nowhere in the document. Well, that's because by acting quickly to remove the blade, the defendant prevented the poison from taking...
Objection!
Oh, please. This is clearly desperation. The weasel's last breaking of wind. Poison has nothing whatsoever to do with the case, and I believe the defense is well aware. We have no proof that the information in this wretched newspaper article is at all reliable anyway. In that situation, what the student should have done is wait for the medical assistant to arrive. Instead, you claim she suspected poisoning and took the potentially lethal decision to remove the blade. She must have had a strong reason for her suspicions then, or the argument makes no sense. Exactly. Well put, Inspector. On what grounds did she do it? Yokel? How did Ray suspect that stolen poison was involved? If you want grounds, I'll give you grounds. What? You can't possibly... From your expression, Counsel, it would appear that those are not empty words. But naturally, as you stand in this courtroom as a lawyer, you must be aware that words alone, empty or not, are of no value in our modern justice system. The court demands evidence. Yes, Your Excellency, I'm well aware of that. Seen it many times, from my place at his side in the Old Bailey. In that case, Counsel, we'll present the proof to the court now. What evidence demonstrates a clear link between this case and the poison in the newspaper article? The pen.
Take that!
How exactly would you explain this piece of evidence in connection to the newspaper article? In truth, I'm not really sure. Always told me to ask my elders whenever I was small, so I thought I should ask your opinion, Your Excellency. Oh. Okay, it's probably the newspaper then. I think he means you. Good grief, thrusting that under my nose is going to solve anything here. Just use our heads. The article in the newspaper had details of the toxin. Now, where have we seen similar details? Just nowhere to come to mind? Yeah, let's try it again. What do we got? One of between this case and the point in the newspaper article. Well, the thing is, they both happen on the same day. So it's this. What? That's not it? That's weird. Let me think. What one? Oh! It's the pupils. Yeah, the pupils. The pupils.
Take that!
I would ask the court to refer to the notes section of the post-mortem report, which reads: Extreme meiosis, pupil constriction, was observed in the victim. Clearly, being a Yoko with no knowledge of forensic science, I have no idea, so please do tell me. Presumably the fact that this condition of the victim was noted in the post-mortem report means that it's an unusual symptom of death. Well, under normal circumstances, the pupils dilate when someone dies. There is extreme constriction instead. That's most certainly unusual, yes. What are you doing, you yokel detective? In the newspaper article, there's the following information about the stolen poison. Onset of symptoms occur in minutes, ending with acute contraction of the pupils prior to death. What? The defendant, upon seeing the victim stabbed in the back. Haven't noticed that the pupils of Miss Brett's eyes had constricted severely. Yes, as a medical research assistant, she would have suspected poison immediately, without a doubt. Prosecutor Ouchie, I think you'll agree. This is very compelling evidence. You... Yoko student and Yoko professor! I believe the defense has expertly demonstrated a credible reason for defendant's actions. No. Eugene Mikotoba. Yes, Your Excellency? I believe you are best placed here to confirm or deny the veracity of the defense counsel's argument. You will tell the court the truth about the details reported in this newspaper, please. Pains me to have to admit it. I'm afraid I don't know. You don't know? Toxin was kept under lock and key in my laboratory, certainly, but I was unaware of any theft. You mean to tell the court that the reports of this theft are unfounded? No, Your Excellency. Without returning to the laboratory and investigating it myself, I couldn't say. Huh. Listen to this bumbling academic. Unaware of the theft of the secret state research from his own workplace until he reads of it in the newspaper. I take full responsibility for the incompetence of my supervision. However, what a pitiful situation for a university professor. You should have more control over your students, rather than allowing them off on killing sprees. That's totally unfounded. Oh. None of this is Professor Mikotoba's fault. Oh boy. I don't suspect this is gonna be good. It's all my fault. Ray. Mommy-san, you stand accused here. Outbursts like this will not be tolerated. But it was me. I was the one who noticed that the poison we were developing had been stolen that day. What? So you knew. I'd been placed in charge of overseeing the project. It was the day that the professor and Sosuke-san were interviewed together for the newspaper. That's when I noticed some of the poison was missing. Just a tiny amount it was. You can let me know immediately. I was scared. The project was supposed to be confidential. Some of the toxin had somehow been taken. So I decided to try to get it back before anyone else found out. So I had a very good idea who the thief was. The thief? You don't mean... Yes, of course. It was that dainty English woman. Miss Josiah Brett. So I decided to join the little group of people going to the seaside. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knew she was untouchable. I know it was you who stole the poison. Well, now, whatever do you mean? And then, she suddenly got to her feet. We're falling to her knees in front of me and then collapsing on the floor. That's when I saw the knife in her back. I don't understand what had just happened. And then, a moment later, I was seized with fear. The pupils of her eyes had... they'd shrunk to tiny pinpoints. I don't believe it. In other words, I realized that the victim was suffering the effects of the stolen poison. I started racing. I hadn't seen anything past Miss Brett's lips while I've been with her. Which only left one possible way for the poison to have entered her body. From the blade of the knife in her back. And that train of thought was that spurred you to withdraw the blade. Yes. If the amount that had entered her bloodstream was small enough, she might have still have a chance. That's what I hoped. Really, I'm so sorry for staying silent all this time. Your attempt to hide the truth of what happened is not something that can be overlooked. However, I've duly noted the courage with which you confessed in the end. Thank you, Your Excellency. It's barely perceptible, but I do think the balance has shifted a little here in this courtroom now.
Objection!
Your Excellency, do not be deceived. The victim just collapsed before your eyes, you say? Well, Mommy-san, if that is the case, perhaps you could explain how Miss Brett came to be stabbed. Well, no answer because the simple truth is that you stabbed the victim motivated by revenge.
Objection!
No conclusive evidence to prove that assertion, do you? Oh, I have evidence, and it's very much conclusive. You should have shown it then? Hang on. You should have shown that. You should have showed it. Hang on. I need to bring this up right now. I need to bring this up. This is another frickin' situation where we've been like this again. It's the updated autopsy report again, but now it's with evidence. This man just freaking did the thing. Take a look at this updated autopsy report, bitch. God damn it. This freaking asshole. He pulled the freaking autopsy report on me. God. Now, what's your freaking evidence then? Spree, but he hesitated for a moment there. I was sure of it. We reduced the affirmation evidence at once, Prosecutor Ouchi. Perhaps some praise is due, young Yoko student. What? I had imagined there would be no need for me to submit this evidence. Well, you should have freaking put it in there anyway. But you brought this on yourself. You can't prove that this is her freaking stabbing her, though. You can't freaking prove that. That's not proof. If anything, that's proof that she's pulling it out. Like, honestly, that looks like she's pulling it out instead. Could a more damning shot exist? Cruddy there on that beach is almost palpable. Who took this photo then? This evidence, more than any other, reveals the true extent of the accused's murderous nature. For it shows the precise moment that Mombami-san plunged her dagger in the victim's back. No, that's not true. No! I don't believe it. It's not. She's clearly pulling it out. Counsel for defense, was it you who was responsible for that shrill scream that just pierced my courtroom? Perhaps his voice has yet to break. These yokos are slow of mind and slow to mature. I'll show you who's slow to mature. Careful now, Susuto is starting to show her face here. It's often said that a picture is worth 1,000 words, and here we have ample proof. The court will accept this extremely cogent photograph print as evidence. I mean, it's clearly not. He had a photograph like that up his sleeve this entire time. Well, he shouldn't have, because it should have already been in the court frickin' record, because it's evidence. Like, come on, dude. Freaking. Always bringing in the new evidence, like, out of nowhere, man. Stark image, I'm genuinely lost for words. Wait a minute. I don't understand. How did you... I mean... Who took that photograph? Ray.
Objection!
That's of no importance here. Stop trying to divert attention.
Objection!
What are you talking about? It's important for us to figure out who freaking took that picture. It's an absurd thing to say. It's crucially important. Whoever took this photograph print was a witness to Miss Brett's death. Court must be allowed to hear this person's testimony. I will hold the defense's demand. Prosecution will reveal the identity of the person responsible for taking this photograph at once. Well, I'm afraid I can't do that. Pardon? You see, this print arrived at the Bureau Balance Bureau headquarters by express post yesterday. There's nothing to indicate the sender's name or address. The provenance of the print is unknown. Goodness. We're to understand then, counsel, and in full knowledge of the fact that this photograph had the murkiest of origins, you nevertheless believe it fit for the submission as evidence in the Supreme Court? First produced that print before. I noticed that you hesitated for a brief moment. Because you knew that it was incomplete reliable evidence, didn't you? Silence, you Yoko student and blabbering professor! What matters is the blatant truth that this print so eloquently expresses. The defendant had already admitted to pulling the blade from the wound. Clearly, this isn't the moment that the knife was plunged in the victim's back, but the moment it was withdrawn. Don't waste this court's time with your ramblings. Indeed. Without knowledge of who produced this print, we have no means of verifying the claim. And the scene it captures is without a doubt the most compelling evidence presented to the court. If defense is unable to shed any further light on the matter, I believe the conclusion is clear. Susuto, this is the time for you to fight. What you've established so far is true, then there can't be no doubts. So shows the moment that Wei withdrew the blade from the victim. Yes, we just need to prove that somehow. You have plenty of time to rule your own defeat the slow train back to the provinces. Sorry. And to rue the day you came out against the Takasuchi Ouchi in a court of law. You have to determine who took this photograph, then the trial is going to come to an end. There must be a clue somewhere. There must be some way of figuring out who took it. Maybe it was that paparazzi dude behind Soseki? Your Excellency, we're in question of who took that photograph, and the truth is, I have the answer. It's something about whether I can or can't come up with the answer now. I simply have to. The name of the person who took this dramatic photographic print is, I assure you, something the defense can and will reveal. What? No, you can't possibly. Makes you so boldly claim that you can. Please do enlighten us. Fortunately, I'm able to present a name. How utterly underwhelming. Do you really... However, I am able to present evidence. And such a piece of evidence that reveals important details about the photographer's identity. What? Very well then, Counsel. Present your proof to the courts. Which piece of evidence do you claim reveals something about the identity of the mystery of the mystery photographer? Maybe this? Oh yeah, definitely. Would definitely be this. Like, because it clearly doesn't belong to Ray. It clearly doesn't.
Take that!
Wait, what? Okay, whatever. Fine, fine. Fine. I'll get it, I'll get it. It's probably the photograph here. I thought it would have been like the freaking, you know, the pen. Because it clearly doesn't belong to either one of the two people that were there. So...
Take that!
What is that? Newspaper again? Anxious England returnees tell all. It's not the headline that's relevant here, Your Excellency. It's the photograph. Look at it closely. Notice that there are some white lines on the... Oh, yeah. It's because of the lens. The lens are broken. They're cracked. Ah, yes indeed, and they already caught my eye, it happens. Ah, what of it? A shadow of some kind, presumably from the branches of a tree or the like. There is no trees growing inside my laboratory at the university, I assure you. Now, if you look closely at this photograph, the same thing appears. Good gracious. Yes, exactly the same pattern of lines is present on this photograph, too. Well, that tells us nothing. Ha, yes, a shadow of some kind, definitely from the branches of a tree. Ouchie. It's clearly cracked lens. Very clearly. There wouldn't be any trees growing inside a hut at the beach council. What's quite remarkable about it is that the two patterns are absolutely identical. How could such an extraordinary similarity have transpired? The matching pattern that appears on both photograph prints is the result of a camera defect. Obviously, it must be due to a problem with the camera used to take the photographs. With the photographic device? Yes. We confidently say that the camera's lens must be scratched. And that the scratched lens cause unwanted lines to appear on every print taken with the device. In short, two photographic prints under consideration here were taken with the same camera. What? There must be hundreds of such camera devices here in the capital. It would be utterly impossible to identify the owner of this particular one.
Objection!
I think you're forgetting, Prosecutor Ouchie, that one of the photographs featured in a newspaper article. A newspaper? Ah! That's right. The author of that article is the mysterious witness to this crime. What? I see where you called a... I see why you were called a Rocious England returnee. What are you yelling about? You already testified. It's Menemomo. I tell you, Menemomo. Me-ni-me-mo. Soseki-san. What was that? Did you say Menememo? Ever since I returned to Japan, a reporter from the short Soyu News has been hounding me, following my every move. A reporter by the name of Raiten... Oh. Raiten Menememo. Oh. He's writing memoirs. I get it. I get the pun. Yes, hounding me from dawn till dusk. Ah, now that he mentions it. He secretly spies, snapshots, zipper stories, and scupper my privacy. Yeah, which obviously means that's our witness there. That's our witness right there. Could that same reporter be... A camera to the left of him, a notebook to the right. There I am, stuck in the middle with Right and Menememo. So you're saying that picture was taken by... By Menamemo! Yes, my lord, your excellency, Esquire! Officer, find this newspaper reporter at once and bring him to my courtroom. We will adjourn for a short recess in the meantime. Oh, yes, your excellency. As you say, your excellency. And one more thing. I want this knife, the murder weapon, examined for traces of poison. You will solicit the assistance of the Imperial University's medical department for the task, understood? Me? Menemomo! Wild. Well, I guess here we go with part 2. The part 2s. Ooh, that was a nice little jingle. Nice little jingle. I'm so sorry, Susato. Should have told you about the toxin. Ray. You have a strong sense of responsibility, I know. That's why you decided to shoulder the burden alone. No, that's not it at all. I was just scared of my failure coming to light, that's all. So to retrieve the substance from the Englishwoman before anyone found out. Before the trial started, do you remember what you said, Susato? You had no doubt in your mind about my innocence, that you'd stand by me to the last? I remember. And yet I didn't deserve your trust in me. Important details from you, Susato. I completely betrayed your faith in me. Hit me, Susato. I deserve it. No, in fact, throw me to the floor. No, that's too good for me as well. Drag me through the city streets. I'm no better, you know. Oh. Even though in my heart I knew you'd pulled a knife blade from Miss Brett's back. There was just a brief moment when in my mind, I doubted you. Susato! Sorry, after I stood here and promised you that I'd stand by you and always by your side, I betrayed your faith in me too. And as such, I failed you as a lawyer. Oh, no, no. I think this situation has taught you both of you a valuable lesson. Placing your unbridled faith in another is no easy task. Yes, Father. That fact has certainly struck home. Which is why I can see more clearly now. So, Ray? Yes? You find it in your heart to forgive me. Oh, Susato. You know you'll always be a gallant, dashing lawyer in my eyes now. Whoa! The big gayo. She's the big gayo for Susato. Oh, Ray. Oh! Lesbians. Oh! I was so scared, you know, when it happened. I didn't know what was going on. The Englishwoman was sitting at the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. No, it was you who stole the poison. Well now, whatever do you mean? And then a moment later... she suddenly got to her feet. We're collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. It all happened right before my eyes. And you were the only people in the hut at the time? That's right. Just Miss Brent and myself. There is no one else. So I don't understand how she could possibly have been stabbed like that. A great mystery indeed. Still can't believe it happened. That's why I just couldn't bring myself to speak up. I'm just making sure I can, I'm just making sure I can, like, save and whatnot. That way I'm not losing out on my progress. However it happened and whatever really went on by the sea that day, I promised you that I'm going to prove everything you said that you saw is true. Spoken like a true Mikotoba. Now, I think we should discuss what's coming up in the trial, don't you? We don't have much time. We must make sure we have our facts in order. Yes, I expect the poison is going to come under close scrutiny in the upcoming proceedings. We should hopefully have identified it on the plate by now. The trouble is, it's a completely new laboratory synthesized blend of alkaloids. Police won't have any way of testing for it. Oh, I see. Yes, without this chemical reagent, it's impossible to detect the toxin. Chemical reagent? Sent a colleague of mine off with some earlier to deliver to the police headquarters. I think perhaps you should have some as well, though, just in case. The label appears to be written in a foreign language that I don't know. It's German, so your knowledge of English is going to be of little help here, I'm afraid. Wouldn't you have just written medicine on it in Japanese, then we'd all be able to read it? German is the international language of medicine, my dear. But yes, I can certainly see the merit in labeling the bottle in Japanese. Though I'm not sure medicine would be entirely appropriate. Yeah, it would not be. What's the matter, Susto? Suddenly very quiet. It's this newspaper article. Exclusive, deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. I'm wondering how the information got out, given that it was a government secret. What's all the English woman's doing? What? When the professor and Sosuke-san were being interviewed at the laboratory. That so-called English lady swaned in and without any compunction said to Professor Mikotoba. Oh, Professor. Surely your guest would love to hear about your work on that substance there. Put me in a very awkward position, to be frank. Hosoke-san's curiosity has been piqued, so I had a little choice but to give him a cursory introduction. So then Sosuke-san knew about the poison. Yes, and it's highly likely the reporter who was writing up the story about us would have caught a glimpse of the toxin too. This Menememo-san. By the way, did that reporter join you when you went to the beach? Oh, no, I don't remember the reporter being there. Well, he clearly was. Indeed, he shouldn't have been. Much doubt anyone would have wanted him there. Oh? Known criminal has been given permission by the authorities to bathe by the seaside. Sosuke-san pointed out that inviting a reporter might not be problematic, so the man was sent back to his office. So you say, because, well... It's clear he saw what was going on inside. And he obviously didn't go back. He secretly followed the party to the beach and took this very candid photograph. And presumably he posted it anonymously to the police. Ah. Yes, that must be what happened. Counsel, you just heard that the new witness is now ready to testify. The trial is about to resume. Please proceed to the courtroom at once. Time to steal ourselves once again, then. Defense Attorney Ryuto Nododo. Yes. Maria's put her faith in me now and told me everything. So I can't let her down. I have to prove that what she's done in the court is true. I have to prove what really happened that day. Let's go. I hereby call this court into order as we reconvene to continue the trial of Rei Membame. Professor Prosecutor Ouchi, have you summoned the new witness? Excuse me? I addressed that question, Your Excellency. I have some very important news to share. Oh? What news? And why does he look so happy about it? During the recess with the collaboration of Professor Mikotoba's laboratory at Yume University, the police re-examined the knife that was used to end Miss Jezile Brett's life. Excellent. I admire your rapid handling in the matter. Oh, too kind, Your Excellency. Too kind. I was merely carrying out your instructions, of course. Had no reason to deliver to the police headquarters by rickshaw, so I'd be there in good time. But judging by the man's swagger, I fear we might need to brace ourselves for the inevitable. And counsel, what were the results? This dagger was so cruelly used to end the life of the victim. Has no trace of poison anywhere along its backside. What? Are you sure about that? I would stake the reputation of the police on it. Armor the region, the test is extremely simple. They couldn't have made a mistake. In short, the accused's feeble excuse earlier has been utterly destroyed. Now, the prosecution is ready to call the next witness. Ah, the newspaper reporter who managed to capture a photograph of the crucial moment. Good. Very well, officer. Bring in the witness. Trace of poison on a knife? Are we sure? Ah yes, this must be the victim's blood. Dear, blood's never a pretty sight, is it? Having to fight the urge to run in under a hot tap and get it clean. You've always been fastidious about cleanliness, haven't you? I think this is something else, Father. Simple knife. That's really the case. How could the toxin enter the victim's body? Witness, please state your name and occupation for the courts. Martin Manamomo of the Shoyu News. I'm what people like to call a journal. What's a journal, Father? Do you know? Simply a contraction of journalists. I'm where the news breaks, putting pen to paper to catch those scoops so they're in print the next morning. They don't call me the hero of the Herald for nothing. The nice guy of news. Sounds terrible. Oh, so it was you who took this photograph, was it? Well, well, what have we here? Sorry? Oh, brace yourselves, people. Minimum senses a scoop in the offing. Female student up to foul play defended by curiously handsome young lawyer in Supreme Court. The readers will lap this up. We'll set it above the fold at 72 points in a 5-leg format for the morning edition. Huh? Right then. Let's start with your name. It's Ryotaro Nodohodo. Next, what made you want to become a lawyer? I wanted to reform our country's legal system, I suppose. Rito has suddenly become very ambitious, I see. Just about causes someone's dream for a while. By the way, my name is Takeyauchi. That's Taketsu Shichi Auchi. The so-called dark horse of Supreme Court. My objections strike fear into every defense lawyer's heart. No, the readers won't buy that. Sir. Witness? Yes? What this court demands to know is whether or not you were responsible for the taking of this picture. It was delivered anonymously to the Imperial Police Bureau only yesterday. Yeah, I wouldn't be a journal if I didn't click quick when presented with a scoop like that, now would I? Sometimes stories go out to me, sometimes I have to chase them down. But either way, you've got to be fast. Fast legs to run with, and the fast hand to write with. It's no good if you don't note it down, I always say. That's what I call my metamemoism. Metamemoism? Ah, yes, I remember your face. We met that day when we were interviewing myself and Sosugi-san. Yes, right, that was me. Metamomo again. But you were supposed to be going back to Shoyo offices after our meeting. The scoop is, I didn't. Because that English woman's word had piqued my journalistic interest. Miss Brett's words? Because she happens to be a British citizen. It's horse dung. This country's judiciary is rotten to the core. The Supreme Court's rulings aren't worth the paper they're written on. The police are just imperial pawns. Stay your tongue, young man. Those are complex political issues at play. Well, anyway, I quickly jotted down those words she said in my memo pad. Are you ready? I already know. It's all here. Right here it goes. I should like to go with Eminence to your country's coast. A serious criminal going on some junket. The people need to know about this. So I decided to sneak after them. Get the woman's story so I can hammer her into the press. Do you mean to say you did indeed witness it firsthand? The grim scene portrayed in this photograph? Oh yes, I saw it with my very own journal eyes. From start to finish, through the viewfinder of my trusty camera. Okay, sir. Thank you, Minamomo-san. You will now give a formal testimony before the court. You said exactly what it is that you witnessed of the events surrounding Miss Brett's death. beach hut was made of shoddy old reed screens. There were plenty of gaps I could see through. The English woman was sitting on a stool when the student girl came in and started arguing with her. Seconds later, the girl pulled out a knife, throwing the English woman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back. My smoldering journal burst into flames. Quick as a flash, I whipped out my camera ready to click. I pulled apart the rough weave of one of the screens and poked the lens through for the perfect shot. Okay, sir, calm down. Calm your titty. Calm it. Calm. Alright. Read screen, did you say? Right, you can see them clearly enough in that great shot I snapped. Thought alt walls were just screens made of closely woven reeds. Yes, it allows the breeze to pass through and bring some relief from the summer heat. It was brave for me to poke my camera through and see the whole thing hotting up. Nor even the time being the appalling invasion of privacy involved. You witnessed everything that happened from the moment the defendant entered the hut. Oh yes, I saw it. I saw the whole thing from start to finish. Say that he took the photograph through the gap in one of the screens. Lucky for me, they were pretty shoddily woven. I pulled the reeds apart and thrust the lens of my camera through the gap. Would I get away with it, or would I be seen? It was the gamble of a lifetime. Tenacity of purpose I consider admirable in a journalist, I suppose. Run a risk of one day, run a scoop the next. That's menomemoism in a nutshell. At last, it would appear we have a genuine witness to this wicked crime. The evidence and testimony are extremely compelling. I believe we may be close to a verdict. No. Wonderful news, Your Excellency. Wonderful. Nevertheless, it cannot be denied. This testimony begs one very large question. What question? Exclusive news. Startling photograph. All the markings of a sexual story for the reporter. Why then was the story never published? Oh, that's right. Seems clear to me that there are circumstances at play here that are yet to be understood. Ha! More pathetic excuses! Very well then, Counsel. Proceed with your cross-examination. Yes, Your Excellency. Smarter this reporter than meets the eye. He's keeping something about this case very close to his chest. He is. He's hiding something. Uh-huh.
Hold it!
So I actually saw Mimbami-san entering the hut. She was raging like my journal spirit. The argument you mentioned, what was that about exactly? You stole it. I didn't steal it. That kind of thing. Talking about the poison, I suppose. The student girl walked right up to the English one and really started to lay into her. I mean, if she laid into her anymore, there would have been eggs. What? Man should have been an author, as his script talents are wasted on journalism. Students' rantings fell on deaf ears, like a Japanese person listening to English for the first time. He really ought to work on his similes first, though, to be honest. Anyway, the point is that the woman in the dock was mightily angry. Her temper finally got the better of her, it seems. Dear me. Which was the climactic moment that I caught on film. Seconds later, the girl brought out a knife, throwing the Englishwoman to the floor as she stabbed her in the back.
Hold it!
Do you swear to this court that you actually saw the precise moment when the stabbing took place? Ha! The precise moment. I didn't see just that. I saw the whole hellish scene play out, from start to finish. I have here a simple plan of the beach hut. Perhaps you could use it to explain to the court exactly what you witnessed. Right you are. It's all in my memo pad. When I first peered into the hut, sure, the Englishwoman was on this stool at the back of the hut here. Yes, the accused's own testimony confirmed that. She just sat at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly. That's what I've noted down. It's my turn to testify now. Try not to interrupt. Ugh. Next moment, as I was watching, the evil student entered the hut. After a while, the pair of them ended up in the middle of the hut, arguing furiously. At least one for the student, but the girl dodged out of the way. In a flash, plunged the knife into her adversary's back as the two passed each other. What you describe as a grim scene indeed. Never sugarcoat the truth. That's what minimalism says. By the way, Menemomo-san, whilst you were watching that terrible scene unfold before your eyes through the gap in the screen, it occurred to you to try to prevent the tragedy rather than capture it on film. There knows have to be observers. We can't get involved. That's our raison d'être. So you didn't converse with Miss Brett at all? Obviously not. An observer always remains on the outside looking in. And that's something to be proud of, is it? Your Excellency, if I may. Yes, Professor? I think the wizard's last expertly phrased statement should perhaps be added to his formal testimony. Father, what are you? I will grant Offense's request. Menemomo-san, you will supplement your formal testimony with the aforementioned statement. Well, nihilism is the foundation of Menoism, but I'll gladly prove that my words aren't meaningless. That... okay? Wrong.
Objection!
That's your pen. Menemomo-san, don't know if I had a firm belief that newspapers are in the business of uncovering and publishing the truth. You're spot on there. The press doesn't lie, which is why I'm proud to wear the emblem of the Shoyu News on my arm. Yeah, and you see that symbol? That's also on the pen here, so, it's clearly his pen. Sadly, though, Seems the journalists who write for those papers don't always share the same passion for the truth. What are you suggesting in these recommendatory words, Counsel? Minamemo-san, do you recognize this fountain pen? Ah. This pen was found at the scene of Miss Brett's death. In fact, the murdered victim was gripping it in her hand as she died. What are you... If you look at the barrel of the pen, you'll notice that its owner's initials are engraved there. R.M. Yes, thank you for bringing that up, Counsel. Initials of the accused Ray Membami. Is it a coincidence, I wonder? That your initials are also R.M. No! Write in Minamemo. R.M. That's horse tongue. You see, one of the central tenets of minimalism is being a pencil user. And yet, as the court was clearly be able to see on your right hand, it's an ink splotch. There's a very obvious blue ink stain. It would appear that you must have been rather carelessly left it somewhere recently. Your favorite fountain pen, that is. Horsey horse dung! Minamemo-san, is it not the case that before she died, you met with Josiah Brett in the beach hut?
Objection!
Why should we listen to this absurd nonsense? It's nothing but another excuse. Exactly. Shoyu News will not stand behind me all the way. I deny everything. There must be as many people with their initials RM as there are stars in the night sky. The defense has neither the time nor the inclination to count every star in the sky. Hmm? And there's no need anyway, because this pen has more to tell. Yes, there is another clue. A clue that undeniably proves who its owner really is. In that case, Counsel, let's show the court where this alleged clue lies. Of course, Your Excellency. This fountain that clearly reveals its owner identity is... right here.
Got it!
As well as the initials, there's also an emblem on this fountain pen. An emblem that you will of course recognize as Minamemo-san. Goodness me, it's the emblem of the Shoyu News. In other words, the owner of this pen is an employee of the Shoyu News, whose initials are RM. Suddenly the stars in the sky don't seem so numerous, do they? Well, Minamemo-san, how do you respond? No! Explain yourself, witness. So, this is how the mighty Supreme Court works, is it? Using coercive tactics to have well-meaning citizens reveal harmless secrets. Use nothing but honest tactics. Alright then, fine. I won't try to hide it anymore. Yes, not long before the grim tragedy unfolded. I, a Shoyu News reporter on behalf of the public, conducted an interview with the Englishwoman. An interview? You never mentioned this before. When exactly was this? As I said, it was before that evil little student showed her face in the hut. It couldn't have lasted more than 2 or 3 minutes, that's all. It was just a brief exchange. But it came to nothing. And as we minimally say, the people don't pay their dues for unworthy news. However insignificant you deem it to be, the score cannot overlook the meeting between yourself and the victim. You will testify now under oath about the precise nature of this meeting and what transpired. Got it. Yes, alright. But on one condition. Condition? In all good conscience, I couldn't speak out alone about this. You need to call back the earlier witness, Sosuke Natsume-san. Sosuke-san? Oh yes, according to my notes here, that man has a secret of his own. Embrace yourselves, because it's not a harmless one, it's big. Metawisdom states that one man's secret is every other man's front page story. Oh boy. You're one of those journalists. Very well. I will grant the witness's request in this instance. Officer, summon the earlier witness back to the stand. Sosuke-san hiding something? Are we absolutely sure? Are we absolutely sure? Are we sure, man? I don't know about that. This is preposterous. Why am I only hearing about this now? Why didn't you mention this before, you yokel hack? It wasn't even a conversation. Yes, I did pose a withering English rose a question. I don't deny it. She could no longer speak. She was barely conscious, even. As for offense, I expect a thorough cross-examination to be conducted here. This course must and will know the truth. Absolutely, Your Excellency. Coroner is claiming that Miss Brett implicated Ray somehow. What on earth could have happened in that hut?
Hold it!
You asked her for an interview, you say? Of course I did. I wanted to ask her about the incident she was involved in at the end of the year. About the case with Dr. J.D.S. Wilson lost his life. Sorry. I had to blow my nose relatively hard. Ugh. Oh god. Well, that's gone at least. Ooh. Nasty. It's not the way I phrase it. Minimalism calls for straight talking. Why did you murder Dr. Wilson is how I put it to her. Yes, that sort of talking is as straight as a ruler. Ask every question as if you're asking for a menu in a restaurant, I say. It's the best way. A veteran at the paper taught me that. And how did Miss Brent answer? With one simple phrase. Mystery is a woman's charm. Phew, that told me. So I waltzed right out of there. Really, something about that doesn't quite seem to fit together. Leave out of your room as if you're waltzing in a dancing hall, I say. It's the best way. A veteran of the paper taught me that. And then watching these secretly from the outside, I saw the woman being stabbed and was coming running. That was very persistently considering that Miss Brent had just turned you away. Persistence wins the prize. Any minimalist will tell you that. Let them think you left, then when they lower their guard, that's when you swoop in for the scoop. And the fruits of your labor are all too apparent in this telling photograph. Though I'm sure the young yokel student would rather not be reminded of this damning evidence. Actually, it's thanks to that photograph that we managed to identify the witness. Now that you found me, I'll tell you where you want to know. I've got nothing to hide. I'm sure. Please do go ahead, witness. The court is eager to hear what you have to say. Try to stop me. There's a story to tell here, and I'm going to tell it. Okay. And Soseki-san remained behind in the hut? That's right, yep. Our author friend here was a blabbering wreck, shaking all over from his head to his toes, mustache twitching, eyes bulging. What do you expect? You don't know the terrifying troubles that taunted me while traveling abroad. Back behind Bayful bars! They'll be coming for me, surely. That's all I could think. So we're grasping for air, drowning in the sea of cold sweat. Or Soseki-san. His experiences in London have scarred him deeply. As the world seemed to close in around me, I quietly recited a prayer to Amida Buddha. Eternal emptiness, empty eternity. The end is coming for me, surely. No sutras are resound in my courtroom, please. And now we've come to the crucial part. That's when it happened. That's when this writer here asked the woman a very significant question.
Hold it!
What question? What exactly did he say? Well, now you should hear that from the horse's mouth, I think. Don't you, Mr. Writer Man? Ah! Out with it, you yokel hack. What did you say to her? What did you say to the dying English woman? Well, in truth, I've been catching crabs at the water's edge and building castles in the sand, you see. Well, the seaside is a place to be at leisure, I suppose, even for a grown man. But then, all of a sudden, from that little beach hut, A young girl's panic-stricken cries for help pierced the air. Ray. I ran up to the beach to see what was happening, to find the defendant leaning over the collapsed victim. As soon as Inspector Hosanaga saw Brett on the ground, he sprinted off to get help. And then, just a moment later, I heard a faint moan from the dead Englishwoman. I nearly jumped out of my skin. What'd you ask her, Soseki-san? I asked her, who did this to you? Don't protract this any longer. How did the woman respond? She didn't. She said nothing in response. But... When in the stand, you will answer the questions asked of you unambiguously. Now, without evasion or reticence, I demand that you amend your testimony. I will! I asked her, who did this to you, but she never replied.
Hold it!
You tried to find out who the culprit was. He who asks the question is a fool for a minute. He who does not remains a fool forever. Having been labeled a criminal twice during my time in Great Britain, I was quick to make up my mind. Better be a fool for a minute than remain a fool in prison forever. However, you've indicated that the victim failed to respond, is that correct? I know why. I know why the Englishwoman said nothing. She was ignoring me because of my stupid mustache, because I'm Japanese. Oh dear, Soseki-san has really developed a dislike for the English, it seems. Read the report in this time in Great Britain. I can't say I'm surprised at this xenophobia. But the Englishwoman didn't ignore you at all. Did she, Mr. Writer Man? Well, yes, alright. She did respond in a manner of speaking, I suppose. She couldn't have been able to do that.
Objection!
Oh. Okay. Whatever. She couldn't have been able to point at her.
Objection!
Okay, that's weird. I mean, we have evidence here showing that she couldn't have pointed at her. Like, I don't know, that's a little weird.
Hold it!
Just pointing a finger at the defendant? Soseki-san, is that really true? It's not easy to stand here to say this, but... First enter the beach hut. The Englishwoman was sprawled on the floor before us, with the student girl standing on the far side of her. When I asked, who did this to you? The Englishwoman summoned her last ounce of strength to point a trembling finger at the back of the hut. Which was, it can't be denied, in the direction of the student girl who stands accused today. Soseki-san, why on earth did you neglect to mention this in the original testimony? But fiddlesticks, I say! It's not a British court of law. You respond in Japanese. Help him. Yes, of course. The English woman was trembling. She was trembling. Everything was a blur. Everything about it. Feels so perhaps she was pointing in a slightly different direction. Actually, no, not slightly, in a very different direction where the girl was standing. Somewhere at the back of the hut where nobody was standing at all. Yes, that's it. Unclear. I'm very, very unclear.
Objection!
Your Excellency, surely this proves the matter beyond all reasonable doubt. Yes, the woman may barely have been conscious, and yes, perhaps her finger wavered slightly. But there can be no doubt that this was an attempt by the victim to confirm the identity of their assailant. Why? Because as the court can see, there was no one other than the accused in the direction the victim was pointing. No. Based on this picture, who else was there? Mr. Manememo. I am inclined to agree. In the absence of any credible argument to the contrary, I believe we can now conclude this trial. No. Headlines writing itself. Dashing lawyer's house dashed. 92 point across the whole page. We'll do an extra edition. Seriously low, Susato. Unless we're able to identify the true culprit and associate our claim with evidence, the judge will give his ruling and the trial will be over. But that's impossible, Father. I don't even know how the crime was committed yet. Also, although the task may seem, we have no choice. We must think back over everything we've learned thus far. Somewhere in all those details, I'm confident we'll find the clue we need. Ray gave us our account of how events unfolded in the defendant's antechamber before the trial resumed. She told us what happened at the precise moment Miss Brett was killed. The Englishwoman was sitting on the back of the hut, listening to what I was saying. And then, a moment later, she was suddenly got to her feet. Or collapsing on the floor in front of me, with a knife in her back. Miss Brett had been stabbed in the back in a beach hut that was empty, but for herself and Ray. Somewhere in all the information we gathered so far, there must be an answer to that question. I take it then the defense has nothing further to add. So, the gallant Yoko student luck finally runs out. I can't say I'm surprised. In that case, I am ready to deliver my final verdict on this matter. Now, if I can't establish what really happened, it's over. Where was the real culprit hiding? How did he or she stab the victim? There. Do you see that hole right behind the chair? That's it. That's it right there. Maybe.
Objection!
Your Excellency, I respectfully ask you to postpone your adjudication for the time being. Oh, to what end, counsel? Defense would like to present the court with an alternative theory. An alternative theory that can explain who the victim was actually trying to implicate with her dying gesture.
Objection!
An alternative theory? Huh. None exists.
Objection!
There was someone else present at the scene. Who could have committed this crime? What? And the victim, Miss Brett, tried to reveal who it was to those around her at the time. By mustering all her remaining strength and pointing a trembling finger in the killer's direction. This is fiction. Fantasy. Very well. As you seem so sure of yourself, Counsel, I am prepared to hear your alternative theory. So, young Ryuto Nodohodo. Yes, Your Excellency. You will present the latest theory to the court by means of this plan. At the moment the victim was stabbed, where exactly are proposing the culprit was concealed?
Take that!
Nodohodo-san would never give up. And I'm a Nodohodo now. The true culprit who fatally stabbed Miss Brett was concealed in this location here. Are you mad, Counsel? You're suggesting the culprit was outside the hut. Order, order, order. Student lawyer Nodohodo's son, Esquire. That makes no sense at all. You've just pointed out the exact spot where I was hiding to get my scoop snap. But I didn't see any suspicious individual floating about. I can swear to that. Obviously, if the court had been outside the hut, there's no way that he or she could have stabbed the victim who was inside the hut. Actually, Prosecutor Ouchie, there is a way. And, in point of fact, defense can provide evidence strongly suggesting that it's precisely the way Miss Brett was killed. This is clearly too fantastical for the court to comprehend. You will need to give us more guidance, Counsel. What piece of evidence corroborates your theory that the victim was stabbed from the outside the hut? This.
Take that!
Well, I presented it now. I haven't the first idea. What? What are you talking about? That's clearly it.
Take that!
Oh, it was this one, of course. The original photograph of print of the crime scene? Yes, it's clearly visible in this print. The trace of the fatal thrust that was delivered from the outside the beach hut.
Objection!
Do you take us for fools? There's no hint of any such thing. I'm not sure that everyone present would agree. Someone, at least, appears to have noticed what it is that I'm referring to. Counsel, once again, I must call on you to explicit for the court. Where on this photograph is a trace of the stabbing which you claim took place from the outside the hut? Here.
Take that!
Look closely, just here. In the screen at the back of the hut, you can see the effects of a blade having been forced through the reeds. No, I can't. I can't see any such thing. It's true that the hut in question had 4 walls as you'd expect. However, by parting the reeds, a knife blade could easily penetrate them. This is extraordinary. Yes. And the true culprit actually stabbed the victim from outside the beach hut. And of everyone present at the scene, there's only one person who could have done that. Only one person who was directly outside the hut when the Miss Brett was killed. Right in Menemomo-san. It could have only been you. No!
Objection!
This preposterous idea leaves me almost speechless. Just look at that photograph again. The victim lies almost exactly in the center of the beach hut, does she not? Are we to assume, as part of this farcical scenario, that the assistant sailor was a knife thrower?
Objection!
What are you talking about? No, of course not. We're not. You recall the testimony of the defendant about the events just before the victim's death. Inside the beach hut, I confronted Miss Brett. But she just sat on a stool at the back of the hut, smiling sweetly at me as if she knows she was untouchable. Stool. Have another look at the photograph. The slit in the read screen would align perfectly with the back of a person who was sitting on that stool. My word. So in fact, the victim was killed whilst sitting on that stool by a stab wound to her back, perfectly delivered through the read screen. Ah. Having been attacked, Miss Brett rose to her feet instinctively. But then, unable to speak, she collapsed on the floor in the middle of the hut, where the defendant, Membami-san's appalled eyes. And that, Your Excellency, is the truth of what happened on the beach that day. By your silence, Menemomo-san, I take it that you don't deny the charge. This is absurd! That will do. It would appear that we have a tacit admission of guilt from the witness. Accordingly, this court has successfully established the truth of this matter, which means that the defendant, Membami-san, is innocent of the crime. Oh, thank goodness. Finally made him cave. I must say, I've never been more proud. No, this can't be. The Ouchi clan can't. What of my growth? My growth of hope. It wasn't all an apparition. I can't accept this, I won't. I see no reason for the continuance of this trial. I will therefore move to conclude proceedings by... Uh-oh. Well, this is all very convenient. This is how the highest court in our mighty empire delivers justice, is it? Suppressing well-meaning citizens' freedom to speak and breeding them as criminals. But we established that the victim was stabbed from outside the hut, through the reed screen walls. And no one but you was in place at the time to have his hand on the hilt of the blade. It's a perfectly logical deduction. So your argument hinges on the location of whoever stabbed the English woman, does it? Well, it seems a little irrelevant now. Irrelevant? Where she was stabbed, how she was stabbed, it doesn't matter. I mean, whether she was stabbed at all makes no difference, if you think about it. After all, trial's already shown the whole thing hinges on something else. What? What are you talking about? Brace yourself, little man. I'm talking about the fact that everything's changed. Because of the dirt you dug up. What? Enough obscurity. Explain yourself, witness. What's to explain? I'm talking about the poison, of course. The poison? Let's ask the professor for a comment on this situation, shall we? I understand that the deadly poison you were developing was stolen from your laboratory, correct? It's been shown that this poison was administered to the victim, Miss Brett. No? That is correct. The usual construction. No. There was no poison. Usual construction of the victim's pupil are a sure sign that this particular poison was used. I see, I see. So, presumably that means that the victim already had the poison in her body before she was stabbed. Ah. Even that her pupils were clearly constricted, it seems highly likely, yes. If she had been dead already, poison could not have circulated through her blood. Ha ha. Ah, how refreshing to hear the argument of a metropolitan mind. Precisely. It matters not a jot who stabbed whom, and whose back, and whose blade. Because, quite simply, the Englishwoman's life was taken not by the knife, but by the poison.
Objection!
But that can't be explained by the poison being on the blade, as I already...
Objection!
Forgotten already, have we, yokel? During these very proceedings, the laboratory of the professor at your side assisted in proving that the blade of the weapon used to attack the victim has no trace of poison on it whatsoever. So let me get this down. The facts, as skillfully established by the defense in this trial, turn out to be a headline marking red herring. Is that about right? Well... Order. Where does this leave us? How, in that case, did the poison enter the victim's body? There's an undeniably obvious answer to that. The lady most likely imbibed it. Mean she drank it? Having a look at the photograph here, as you can see. A bottle of carbonated water and a glass had been knocked onto the sandy floor of the beach hut. The poison had been slipped into either. So somebody made Miss Brett drink it. Well, what do you know? Look at those dashing eyes. This will make a great front page shot. Hey, why the bewitching stare? After all, I'm the last person you should be looking at. It would make no sense at all that I poisoned the woman, would it? I mean, that's been established already.
Hold it!
Established? What are you talking about? Don't tell me you've forgotten. It's a little hard to believe, given that the person who established it was you. Me? What on earth does he mean? Oh, let me capture those wide eyes, this prime press fodder that is. It would seem that this trial is destined to end, not destined to end yet after all. Hereby call the witness to give further testimony. That's great, that is. Let me get a shot of that magnificent beard, Your Excellency. It seemed to be impossible that they were the other one responsible for administering the poison to the victim. You explain to the court in your testimony that basis upon which you make such a claim. I'm a journo and I'm a man. I never try to run or hide anything from anything in my life. I'm not about to start now, because that is metamemoism. For a moment I thought I illuminated the truth, but it slipped right back into obscurity again. Just where is this tribe going to take us? Oh yes, I stabbed the Englishwoman. It's that very fact that proves I'm innocent. Just why would I bother to stab the woman if I already poisoned her? When I heard the student girl and that pompous English murderer arguing, it's not my goat. Thorts weren't going to punish Brett for what she had did. I mean, I don't think that matters. Cause, what if she, you know, poisoned herself because she didn't want to be freaking in the courtroom again? You know? She wanted to die out there. Everything happened as I described. You're the one who stabbed Miss Brett in the back through the reetery. You can blame this miserable country of ours. Country that bows to the pressure of foreign powers and lets murderers walk free. What kind of future can a country like that have? That's why I did it. I did what our pathetic leaders didn't have the guts to do. Slap bang in the middle of that charming lady's back, I plunged the blade of sweet justice right in there. As someone who spends his life seeing that the truth is told, I feel really, really awful about giving false information to my testimony. There was somebody else who had it in for the victim and got to her before me. That's right, you guessed it. That pretty little student girl. Now there's a woman after my own heart. No, I seriously doubt it was her. It would make more sense if this was a suicide. Getting Ray again. She's the one who gave the poison to the Englishwoman and ended her pitiful existence. And suddenly, snap. This journo here is off the hook. The argument is sound, certainly. The one that started administering the poison himself, he needn't have waited for it to take effect. Substituting the stabbing and the victim in the back would have been entirely nonsensical. Therefore, this reporter had nothing to do with the poisoning. Yes, it's all quite logical. That's right, it is. Logical and true. I'm glad you'll have all seen the light. Just at last. It's unbelievable. After I had made so much progress on proving his guilt, is he going to get away with it now? Think of Kazuma-sama and Naruhodo-san. They never stopped looking for a way forward until the judge's final gavel. Very well then, counsel. Proceed with what I assume to be your final cross-examination in this trial. Yes, Your Excellency.
Hold it!
So you do admit that you had a malicious intention towards Miss Brent then? Ha! The one's very existence offended my sense of justice. Your sense of... He's claiming some sort of righteous indignation? She was pure evil, a cold-blooded killer who committed murder right here on our empire's soil. But did our good-for-nothing government do anything? Not a chance, so I had to step in. Fly the flag of justice, put things right for the people. Yes, it was my civic duty, that's what drove me to do it. So in summary, murderous intentions then. Whatever you want to call it. Point is, An Englishwoman was a blight, so I had to do what was right for society. Yet a real wrong was done by the student girl in the dock. A crime for which she must pay. Obviously, because the poisoning was nothing to do with me at all. Because why would I have bothered? Yeah, I get it. Still maintain that you didn't give the poison to the victim. Obviously. That'd be like putting a belt on your trousers when you were already wearing braces like these. The accused administered poison following which this witness stabbed the victim. An avoidable act, certainly, but not one of murder. That crime rests on the accused's shoulders. I mean, wrong. That is how the law works, you see. Something here today. 2 consecutive attempts on her life in the space of 2 minutes. Quite a day for the victim. Do something that evil and you got something coming. That's how the law works, the law of reckoning. It's not the kind of law this court upholds. You were an idiot. Why you compelled to stab the victim then, witness?
Hold it!
What exactly were they arguing about? What happened in that restaurant 9 months ago? That's what. Singer was laying into the Englishwoman for killing her beloved mentor, Dr. Wilson. Yes, Dr. John H. Wilson. Professor of Medicine inviting her from England by Miss Professor Mikotoba, no less. Right. The Englishwoman just jeered. Her case was to be heard by the British Consular Court in Shanghai. However, there's little doubt that she would simply have been acquitted and sent back to her homeland a free woman. He was eating that student girl up inside. You did see it. I really felt for her. Hold it. I can't. I can't see her and listen to this tripe. Ray. Young girl, you stand accused here. You just still blurt out whenever you feel like it. No, you can't. Sorry, but I'm in the middle of some very important testimony here. Just keep quiet and listen. But this awful man is making all this up. Sushito, please, you have to make them listen. Return to the dock at once, Mimbami-san. You're in the middle of a cross-examination. Your Excellency, please, I implore you. That journalist is clearly not a trustworthy witness. Exactly. He's a filthy, rotten, black-hearted, bigoted, dirty, great peeping Tom. Whoa, take it easy there. Please, I really think the court should hear what the defendant has to say. Your Excellency, I see no need whatsoever to entertain the accused's remarks. I will grant the request of the defense. But, Your Excellency! Is likely to be the final cross-examination of these proceedings. As such, I believe it would be ill-advised to stifle the defendant's obvious concerns. So, whilst recognizing that this contravenes regular protocol, I hereby call upon the defendant to speak. Oh. Thank you so much, Your Excellency. The If we'd had willingly taken the poison already, the reporter would have had no reason to stab her. On the face of it, that logic sounds entirely reasonable. No question that the man was responsible for Mr. Brett's murder. Miss Brett's. You could think of a plausible explanation as to why he might have stabbed her even after the poisoning. I feel sure that everything would drop into place. That's what we would be looking for. Yes, I agree. In order to do that, I must try to glean for more information.
Hold it!
Someone poisoned that killed the victim, you mean? Suspected her of being the one to steal it. I mean, just think about how she killed Dr. Wilson. That's true. Actually, Miss Brett certainly had knowledge of the new poison. But surely it would be no easy to steal a highly secret toxin being developed for the government. Indeed, all visitors to the laboratory are thoroughly searched when they leave. Even if a thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, the poison out would be very difficult. It's true. I pestered from Mikotoba until he agreed to show me that the poison when I visited his laboratory. As I left, I was searched from top to tail. Miss Brett rather bluntly revealed the existence of the toxin we've been developing, you see. Since Sosuke-san expressed such an interest in it, I felt unable to refuse. Obviously, I gave nothing away, other than the fact that it was an extremely potent substance. I was very safe to myself, it's just that I had a singularly terrible experience with a deadly poison. I wanted to look my old enemy in the eye. Surely you can understand that. To find out if my suspicions were true, I confronted Miss Brett about the poison. Told her that if there were to be an incident involving it somehow, it wouldn't just be the university. The military would be dragged into it. The whole government even. It would be a complete disaster. How did Miss Brett respond to your concerns? She curved those beautiful lips at hers and said she didn't know the first thing about it. In English, actually. Come here. Ah, yes. Minamimo-san, one small question if you don't mind. I do mind. Can't you see I'm busy? Clearly you're at the outside beach hut listening in whilst the defendant and Miss Brett were conversing. Oh, yeah. Presumably then, it was you who wrote this article about what you heard. Exclusive. Deadly poison stolen from Yume Medical Research Laboratory. Story was published in this morning's edition of Shoyu News. These ones are too accurate for it to have been written by anyone else. Sorry, don't know what you're talking about. Yes, look at this. Entire article. It's almost what I said to Miss Brett word for word. Well, Minamimo-san? As a journal and as a citizen of a free country, I don't have to reveal my sources. That's the founding principle of minimalism. Oh, there's clearly right about all this. That reporter did write that article, and he based it on what he overheard from outside the hut. So that's what it was all about. You were trying to cover up the fact that you were listening in. That's why you came up with this stinking story about me arguing with her. Shut up. My stories never stink. Look, whatever you say, little girl, it doesn't alter the facts. Your Excellency, there's something I want to say, and I want it to go on record. Very well, you may amend your formal testimony. Point is, if you poison someone, there'd be no reason to then go and stab the person as well. That's if you knew she was poisoned.
Hold it!
Perhaps you doubted the efficiency of the poison and thought to make sure your victim would die. That's horse dung. What? That would be like pouring pepper on your Chinese ramen before you'd even tested it. Completely reckless. Although, it might surprise you to learn that I am a bit of an Ember's pepper pourer, as it seems. Once the victim had taken the poison, she would have been only minutes away from death. And yet, this man then proceeded to stab her in the back as well. There has to have been a good reason for that. It was the reporter who gave the poison to Miss Brett, then clearly, he must have done it prior to Ray entering the hut. Yes, it's undeniable. Between him leaving the hut and the victim being stabbed, there was one very crucial change in the situation. Sorry, what change? Porter overheard the conversation between Ray and an Englishwoman. Ah, yes, that's it. That's when Men first found out the exact nature of the poison he'd used. That could be the key here. Nope, I didn't want to do that.
Objection!
Well, I can think of one reason. What? Before I explain, I'd like you to confirm something for the court. Did you glean all the information for this newspaper article from what you overheard outside the hut? Of course he did. There can be no question of that. After all, we were all in the laboratory together. All we were told is that it was a terrible toxin. And there is one more important fact to consider. According to the witness, Mimbani-san's verbal attack against the victim as soon as she entered the hut. In other words, it would have been impossible for her to have been slipped the poison into Miss Brett's drink.
Objection!
Where are you going with this, counsel? Menamemo-san has made it quite clear that he observed every single thing that happened in the beach hut. If the defendant had somehow found an opportunity, this man would have seen it. Which means that Miss Brett couldn't have imbued the poison whilst the defendant was present. In fact, must have been missing her before Mimbani-san entered the hut. Yes, very articulately put. When I walked in the hut, I immediately started to press Miss Brett about the poison. At which point, Manamomo-san overheard something worrying information. Worrying information? What worrying information? The information which he subsequently included in his newspaper article, namely, and the poison was being developed in strict secrecy, and that it couldn't be readily obtained. Absolutely. In fact, that's quite an understatement. The only possible place it could have come from is my lab. And furthermore, someone inflicted by the poison would exhibit telltale signs in death. Extreme constriction of the pupils. Yes, it's quite stark when you see it. There are other poisons that show similar symptoms, but not among new substances that are undetectable. In other words, it would have been clear that the victim's life had been ended by the use of this particular poison, which would reduce the number of suspects to only a handful of people. Everyone in my laboratory is aware of the unique properties of the toxin we've been developing. None of them would be foolish enough to attempt to use it for some nefarious deed. And Bonnie-san being no exception. Therefore, we can conclude that whoever administered the unit poison to the victim was a layperson, unaware of its telltale properties. In other words, someone like you. Write in memo. It was you who stole the poison from the laboratory that day. And it was you who administered it to the unwitting victim. But you quickly realized that was a terrible mistake. Because the poison caused such unusual symptoms and was so traceable. As you listened in from the far side of the beach hut's thin walls, you learned of these facts. But you'd already given the victim the poison at that point. It was too late. So you hatched a plan to disguise your mistake. A plan that involved stabbing the victim in the back through the read screen.
Objection!
But what good does that possibly do? Is it an obvious, Counsel? The plan was to kill Miss Brett before the poison could take effect. Once in the blood, the poison causes the onset of pupil constriction. But he had hoped to precipitate the victim's death before that happened, hadn't he? Exactly. It was without any revealing signs of new secret poison's use. No one would have ever suspected. This is extraordinary. Yes. Next to the poison meant it would be too easy to identify, so the killer had to mask its use, which he attempted to do by plunging a knife in the middle of the victim's back. Order, order, order! The argument presented is sound. The court is satisfied that it warrants consideration. Does the prosecution have a counter-argument it wishes to put forward? There are a number of... yes! I counter completely!
Objection!
Prosecution's evasive response clearly shows that in much the same way as he nurtures the remnants of his top knot, he is clinging to lost hope. Lost hope? Oh. You pathetic, useless, fallen samurai. Fallen? Who are you calling fallen? I don't need a counter-argument. What are you talking about? It should be blatantly obvious. I stole the poison, you say. Gave it to the victim, you say. Stabbed her, you say. Lots of fine theories. But I don't need a counter-argument because you don't have an argument yourself. Where's your evidence? Yes, you make it sound all so plausible, don't you? But without evidence, it means nothing. Whereas I base my news on facts. Facts? What do you mean? Explain yourself. I mean, what the professor said earlier in this trial. It's all here. In my many memos, every word, every slip of the tongue, all noted. That's what the show news is famous for. It's the power of the printed word. Oh boy. But surely it would be no easy to steal a highly secret tungsten being developed for the government. Indeed. All visitors to the laboratory thoroughly search when they leave. Even if the thief managed to avoid being seen by myself or a colleague, getting the poison out would be very difficult. How's that then? Blown the story wide open? See, I write in a memo, a mere reporter from the Shoyu News. Couldn't possibly have stolen that poison from the professor's laboratory. There can't be any question of it. He must have stolen the poison that day. He stole it and used it to kill. If that's the case, as you've identified, the poison itself is the definitive evidence we need. Because whoever stole it from the laboratory that day, the true culprit here. What's your point, you lonely, handsome country bumpkin? My point is this. There's only one way that you, Minamoto-san, could have stolen the poison that day. And that would be the pen. Which I suspected. I've heard enough verbal conjecture now, thank you. What the court must have shown is evidence. What proof do you have that this evidence stole the poison on the day in question? The pen.
Take that!
The proof, Your Excellency, is this fountain pen. Fountain pen? How can that possibly be relevant? These magical pens somehow seem to have enough ink to write many thousands of kanji characters. I believe they arrived in our country for the first time some 15 years ago now. Bah. I swear by weasel haircuts, every brush, and nothing else, these new Pingo pens are merely a fad. Well, as a forward-thinking man of words, obviously I love my fountain pen. Stuck in my soup con of sumptuous ink, and one's work is awash with words in the blink of an eye. That's right. Fountain pens have a small reservoir in the barrel, into which the ink is sucked up through the nib of the pen in order to write with later. What does all this of sucking up ink have? And just it's possible to suck up ink in the reservoir. It's also possible to eject it into the nib again, of course. My word, can this really be? Well, Minamoto-san. When you saw the deadly poison before your eyes in the laboratory that day, you used your fountain pen, your very lifeblood, to steal some of it, didn't you? By siphoning the poison up through the nib and into the pen's reservoir.
Objection!
More absurdity! That never happened. True, we've heard that there were procedures in place to prevent thefts like this from the laboratory. But would anyone have thought to look inside a fountain pen of all places? No. I'm a little ashamed to say that for fear of offending our guests, such a detailed search would not have been conducted. Well, this is quite startling, I must say. I remind the court that this pen was found in the clutches of the victim when she died. In other words, it was dropped at the scene by Mikotoba-san. So the crucial question is, when exactly was the pen dropped? Are you suggesting? The natural conclusion is that in your haste to act whilst the victim was distracted for a moment, you dropped the pen after you emptied the poison from it into her glass.
Objection!
There could be any number of alternative explanations, but for example, he's going to have been using his pen to write down details of his conversation with the victim. And when shocked by one of her outrageous answers, the pen fell from his quivering hand.
Objection!
No, that can't be. If it was, how do you explain why the pen was devoid of ink? What? As you can see, for example, if you examine the evidence, there would appear to be no ink present in the reservoir. What news reporter goes to interview someone with nothing in his pen? No, the pen was dropped after poison that filled its reservoir had been emptied of the victim's glass. Witness, what do you have to say in your defense? So this is how our modern justice system works, is it? So what if the ink in my pen runs dry? So what if my pencil snaps? I can always claw my way back into the game. I have plenty in reserve. You claim I sucked the poison up into my pen? That's wild speculation. Nothing more. You thought you could bring down a fine, upstanding citizen with a trick like that? Think again. So it's going to take one final decisive blow to finish this matter. As I see it, the situation is now very simple. Rests upon whether or not this witness did indeed seal the poison on the day in question. And therefore, it all depends upon whether or not the defense can prove that he did with evidence. No such evidence could possibly exist.
Objection!
Mikotoba-san, this is how our modern justice system works. What? In the courtroom, evidence is everything. Something you would do well to remember. Because we are well past the point of speculation on this stage, I assure you. Very well then. I call upon events to present the aforementioned evidence. Sit then. This will be the final piece in the puzzle. Defense can prove by means of this item that is with the witness's pen that was used to steal the poison. The chemical reagent.
Take that!
If we can prove that the poison was in there, well, you're screwed. Counsel, what is that bottle? This bottle contains a new chemical reagent that can identify the poison in question. Yes, that poison is entirely nuisances of alkaloids, developed by my colleagues and I. It would be impossible to detect traces of it by any other method. Or, from another perspective, simply with this chemical reagent, anybody at all could check for traces of poison. A reagent? What? One drop of the contents of this bottle on the tip of your fountain pen, Mikotoba-san, is all it will take to solve this case beyond all reasonable doubt. No. Can't. I won't. Your crimes are bad enough, but at least know when to admit defeat. Your Excellency, defense requests permission to carry out the test on the fountain pen at once. Ah! The breakdown! This isn't my fault. The Emperor drove me to this, trying to hold its head as a civilization. Menemo! Susato, with me. Oh my god! Yes! Yes! Did I do it right? That was the Susato takedown, wasn't it? Yes! Not quite. That was a Ryutaro takedown. Nice! That was amazing. The instant the first drop of the Regent touched the nib of the fountain pen, it was clear to everyone present. When I saw it there in the lab, the poison, the devil got a hold of me. And I decided to do it on a whim. I excused myself, and emptied all the ink down the sink in the bathroom, washing away the reservoir out carefully. And then you waited for an opportunity to suck up some of the poison, didn't you? Into your fountain pen. Yes, that's right. Answer me one thing, Minimomo-san. Why did you steal it? For what purpose? Isn't it obvious? Find out what it was made of and expose it in an article. I mean, it was a secret project after all. Too juicy for a journal like me to pass up. And why did the English woman end up dead? I went to that hunt intending to quiz her on her situation, that's all, as a reporter. A known killer, enjoying full freedom, evading justice by leaving the country. I told her what I thought about it. And she just laughed in my face. Oh, what's this? A Far Eastern caveman purporting to practice journalism. Yeah, that would definitely set him off. Really? You must learn the difference between reporting and listening at doorways, you ignorant plebeian. What did you call me? This country, with its pretensions to a justice system, to a free press, it's really very depressing. You see, our superior ways in the West, yet you lack the mental capacity to emulate them. It was her racism. Get out of here, you oaf. Get out, and crawl back into the cave you came from. That's when I remembered about the deadly poison I happened to have in my pen at the time. What a terrible tale. In my head, I knew I should just get out of here as quickly as possible, but I couldn't. I couldn't let her get away with what she'd done. She clearly had no remorse at all. I suppose it was my journal spirit getting all fired up. I'd like to ask you something. Yes? You often talk about justice. Surely as a journalist, you could have used other means to deliver the justice you sought. There is no justice in the press. Sorry? After that trial 9 months ago, I kept digging and digging to find out what had happened in the courtroom. And finally, I discovered the truth. It was a cover-up. That's what it was. A cover-up? What do you mean? I would remind you of your position, witness. Be careful what you say. Oh, come on! Doesn't it strike you as strange? We're suddenly not allowed to convict a foreign national. Consular jurisdiction could never have come into it. And yet that puffed-up English woman was going to sail away into the sunset a free woman. The only possible explanation is that behind the scenes, some deal had gone down between Britain and Japan. Sort of deal. I'd done my research, dug it all the dirt. It was all ready to be published. But you know what happened? The editor just tore the article up. Came under pressure from the government, you mean? If our government is going to let criminals walk free, if they're going to crush the free press, then what choice do I have to see that justice is done myself? Let's not forget, Menemomo-san, that you committed murder yourself, and you tried to lay the blame at the defendant's door. I'm sorry, but you're no better than Jeziel Brett. What? The truth is, you have no right to talk about justice at all. I suppose... It would appear that we have reached a conclusion in this trial at last. Counsel for defense, Ryoto Naruhodo. Yes, sorry, Your Excellency. You musing in a manly way there. It's almost unbelievable that this is your first experience of the court. It was an excellent performance. In truth, you're very much reminding me of your cousin's exploits. Oh, no. Ryunosuke, you mean? The way you handled the trial 9 months ago and the way you handled this one gives me hope that we are genuinely entering a new era of justice in this land. That's very flattering, Your Excellency. Hearing the defense you put forward today made me feel most keenly that the future of our justice system will be forged by you and your contemporaries. Thank you. So, Prosecutor Ouchi, do you have any final thoughts? Oh no. Sir, what are you doing? Prosecutor Ouchi. I, Takuchi out of the Ouchi clan, have been bested by a callow youth not once, but twice. If there was any shred of my former self left, it has withered and died here today. Gosh, your journey to cultural enlightenment sure took a while, didn't it? Silence! Rather than living on in shame. Sir! I will end it all now with this blade. For that is the truth path to Ouchiism. Ouchiism? One hopes that the only way in which he'll be modeling himself as the witness. Sprig of my topknot. The time is right for farewell. Hope is lost forever. Teketsuchi. He's cutting off the top knot. Ah! God damn it. So serious. Now, in regard to the defendant, Rei Mimbami-san. Not guilty. Yes, Your Excellency? I have reached my final verdict. I hereby find you not guilty. Court is adjourned. It's over. My heart is still pounding in my chest, though. That's all I could do is just stay standing. Lawyers have such great responsibility. Such a great burden to bear. Don't they, Naruhodo-san? Susato! Susato! Thank you. Thank you so much. You were so dashing in there. Rei and Father. Honestly, I'm so touched by everything you've... Oh no. I think I'm going to cry. It wasn't easy, but together we made it. I was on the verge of tears at the end too. The reason I'm still here is because of you. Oh no, I can't take all the credit. I took courage to tell you the truth in there. You did wonderfully, Rei. So I wouldn't have to say the grand congratulations before belonged to you. Susato, don't be standoffish. Sorry? We're friends, equals, and the trial's over, so no more of this form of super humility nonsense. It's time to celebrate with swagger. To throw caution to the wind. Caution to the... what? I'm the great defense lawyer, Ryuto Naruhodo, and I'm taking you out to a milk bar tomorrow. Or something. Right, I see. I'll, think about it, Rei. At any rate, you really knocked the wind out of that horrid man, and it felt so good. Yes, it was satisfying. It really was. Isn't there anybody else we could throw together? I hope you're not looking at me, Rei. Oh my goodness. No, of course not. Of course not. Ah, there it is at last. Rei's lovely smile. You fought for your friend to the very last. As your father, I'm extremely proud of you. Defense attorney Ryutaro Naruhodo. Thank you, but I couldn't have done without your help. Anyway, it's time to bid farewell to Ryutaro, I think. I shall miss him in a way. But it's back to Susato Mikotoba now. So I'll never see him again then. What a terrible shame. What? Oh no. What is happening? Ah, Sosagi-san and Inspector Hosonaga, I do hope you've been keeping well. Is that really you? Yes, I had to change my appearance for, well, obvious reasons, I hope, but it's me. Susato Mikotoba. I don't... So dashing, so divine. No. Doubly dashing, yes, and, devilishly divine. Just look at you. I had no idea, Miss Susato-san Esquires, that you were locum student Nodohodo-san Esquire's cousin. Astonishingly astounding ace attorney. Poor Sosagi-san, so confused. I still remember the first time I ever met him. He was in prison cell in London. What an extraordinary conundrum it was that the unwitting student from Japan found himself embroiled in. But after Naruhodo-san's skillful defense of the Old Bailey, Sokage-san was free to return to Japan. And now he seems to have earned himself great fame as an author. I'm stunned. That's truly impressive disguise. Even I had no idea. I'm a chief inspector at the police bureau, who came up with Mr. Turtle, no less. I am not sure you should be admitting to that, Inspector. Amazing. You're a woman of many faces, I see. Just two, really. This was a once-in-a-lifetime event, I hope. Oh, I'm not a patch on you, though, Inspector. Well, I am a professional, of course. I do worry about Inspector Hosonaga sometimes. I really do. 9 months ago, when he appeared here at the Supreme Court to testify, he was undercover, disguised as the head waiter of a restaurant. And then on the steamship to Great Britain, of course, disguised as a sailor to keep us safe on the journey. Though that didn't help you, did it, Kazuma-sama? From my perspective, I have to admit that I have mixed feelings about all this. I mean, now the truth has been lost forever. What do you mean? I'm talking about the murder that the Englishwoman committed at the end of last year. Ah, yes, it was an English doctor she killed, and as I understand it. Dr. John H. Wilson, yes. The man I invited to Japan personally. The mystery is, why did she kill him? And now that the culprit herself is dead, probably never know the answer. On the voyage to Great Britain, we had a most unexpected encounter. Mr. Herlock Sholmes, the great detective, I mean. Yes, I remember Mr. Sholmes well, of course. Ah, my arch nemesis. How lightly you utter his name. Well, according to the stories published about him in the Adventures of Herlock Sholmes, Shadow once had a partner who helped him solve crimes, a best friend. And that man was an exceptional doctor of medicine, by the name of John H. Wilson. What? Dr. Wilson? I just can't believe that it's a coincidence. I think that the English doctor of medicine killed here in Japan 9 months ago must have been the friend and partner of Mr. Sholmes. I mean, it clearly is. And that's really true. And the poor girl won't ever see her beloved father again. As you know, I traveled to Great Britain once myself to study. It was around the time you were born. Yes, grandmother told me about it. On returning to Japan, I took my professorship at the Imperial Yume University. But I also serve another role, as an advisor to the government on diplomatic affairs. Yes, I was aware of that as well. In that case, I'm sure you understand that there are some confidential matters that I cannot divulge to you. Could you just tell me one thing? Why did you summon me back to Japan? It's been 2 months now since I returned. When I left England, it was because an urgent telegram had arrived from Japan. It said that you collapsed with a high fever and you were growing weaker by the day. What? Where did that news come from? That's what I'd like to know, because after that long sea voyage, I found you fine in health, Father. Was there something in Great Britain that you perceived might inconvenience me in some way? Or harm me? It's really the only explanation I can think of. Dear me. Do you reserve your most cutting glares for your father, Susato? I'm sorry, my dear, I simply can't... let me go! Huh? Menemono-san! So, one throw wasn't enough for you. I got one last to say the thing before they take me away, Professor. Me? I know the truth. I know you had a hand in what went on. In that visiting student's fate. Visiting student? Jezile Brett, you mean? No, not her. The student of law who left for Great Britain 8 months ago. Student of law? He must mean Kazuma-sama. What are you talking about? What does any of this have to do with Kazuma-sama? Nobody here in Japan knows anything about it. They don't know that the guy never made it to England, that he died on that steamship. Oh. Oh my god, the judge threw him! The judge threw him! Whoa! Well, I didn't expect to find him in here. What were you officers playing at? Terribly sorry, Your Excellency. The judge threw him! I was coming to tell you that the rickshaw has arrived, Eugene, and it's a good job I came by. Yes, thank you for dealing with him. And I'll be there shortly. Oh, Your Excellency. The trial's over. I'm not Your Excellency anymore. Merely your father's friend, Seishiro Jigoku. And may I say that since I saw you last, you seem to have taken on a more dashing appearance. Susato. Did you know all along? From the start of the trial? A judge sees everything, Susato. Couldn't let you take the risk. If Seishiro here hadn't known and then he'd recognize you. So I had a word in his ear beforehand, as an old friend. So, Seishiro, shall we? Yes. Having ruled on that case, we now have various diplomatic issues to discuss. Where you go, Father? Sorry, my dear. We shall have to return to our earlier conversation at a later date. But well done, again, both of you. You did admirably. Oh, thank you very much. What do you think of my Seishiro sling, eh? It's been a while since I sent a man flying like that. Ha 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 ha. Wild. Whatever could Father be hiding from me? About Jezile Brett. About Dr. Wilson. Well, we were made aware of a weird conspiracy of sorts at the end of the last case. in the first game, so could be something related to that. Now it seems, according to the reporter, about Kazuma-sama. I'm gonna have to bring this up with Father sometime, when nobody else is around. Judicial Assistant Mikotoba-san Esquires. Could I have a word? Oh, yes, of course, Soseki-san. What is it? I think perhaps it could be fate that we're meeting again like this now. You see, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? I believe that it may be related to the reason why your father summoned you back from England. This I have to hear. Please, Soseki-san, tell me at once. I will. As you know, my time in England was terrible. Cursed, I have no doubt. Such awful things I was embroiled in, thank goodness locum student Naruhodo-san Esquire stepped in. Saving just in case. After he secured my freedom, I couldn't wait to get on ship back here to my homeland. Having arrived in Japan, I submitted a report about my experiences to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The next thing I knew, I had a visitor. It was her father, Professor Mikotoba. He wanted to ask me all sorts of things about my reports. My father? He seemed to be especially taken with a particular part of the report. Anyway, he left eventually, having thoroughly quizzed me. But it was the very next day that he sent the telegram to asking you to return to Japan. What was it then, the particular part of my father was interested in? I don't really know exactly. But you remember them? Those two terrible cases I was caught up in. Of course, I can never forget. Father seemed to concern myself mainly with the second case. Second one? You mean the one Mr. Schoen forbidding any of us to talk about in public? Which is why the only case involving you that any member in the public is aware of is the first. Well, I don't care. I don't have to listen to what that dastardly detective says. Anyway, the point is, it seems that case somehow holds the key to all these curious unanswered questions. That horrific, hideous, heinous case. The case of the haunted lodgings. That case somehow caused my father to summon me urgently back to Japan? I thought that whole business was over. It seems I was wrong. Perhaps that was only the start. Perhaps the story is not yet told. Huh. I guess that means...
So, the mystery of that English woman's death is solved, thank goodness. And having stood in the Supreme Court now, I think I can comprehend a little better. How you must be feeling as you fight for people's freedom in a foreign land, Naruhodo-san. But actually, I'm writing to you today because of another matter. I met Soseki-san and we talked about that second case he was involved in. Father has said nothing to me, but I feel certain of it. That case holds the key to some great unsolved mystery. My notes on the case should still be in the office, tucked away at the back of the shelves on the left. Perhaps you might like to look over them again. Today, for the first time this year, it feels as though summer has arrived. The sky is a brilliant blue. It makes me long to see you again. Yours, Susato.
Well, that's the end of the first case. First of 5, as always. Memoirs of the Clouded Kokoro. I guess that looks like it's back in London. It looks like it's in London as well. Twisted Karma in his last bow. Yes, as always. Well, other than the first game it was 4 cases, but a final 5th was added as a prequel to Apollo. I mean, yeah, fair. The DLC, I get it. Return of the Great Departed Soul. Great Departed Soul. Does that mean someone else returns? Determine his last bow. Resolve him, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. But I can figure that out later. Because first case is done. It's kind of gay. Kind of yeet. Great Ace Attorney, more like gay Ace Attorney, am I right? Or... like... near the ending... Rei and Susato literally threw the killer up into the air, and then he fell onto the ground, so it's like... oh no, that was a pretty gay thing to do. Like, whoa. So I guess we'll figure that out. Figure what's going on with the next case next time I play this, because we got 4 more cases. Oh yeah, thanks for coming out today. We'll be back Wednesday for a hangout stream, of course. Other than that, thanks for coming. And I hope you have a good rest of your day, as well as a good tomorrow, because Tuesdays is the rest day and whatnot. But other than that, thank you for coming. Mwah, mwah, mwah. I'll see y'all later, okay? Take care.